Is this love? Is this love? This is wonderful, 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 wonderful. I didn't think that I would see the light, but now I'm looking at a starry night. It's shining bright. I used to think I was the only one. I thought the earth went around the sun, but now I'm wrong. There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that this world is so amazing. It's wonderful, wonderful. When you think about how life unfolds and the universe just lets you know when you look again and neighbors grow. You used to turn around and start to run. Did you ever think this day would come? It has begun. And now the planets look like they've aligned. The year is calm and the sky is bright, and the light. There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that the world is so amazing. It's wonderful, wonderful. When you think about how life unfolds and the universe just lets you know when you look again and the neighbors grow. Wonderful, 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 There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that the world is so amazing. It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Electric. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Wait now, get wild and wait now, bring it down. Wait now, get wild and wait now, midnight. Power, weakest force, money, driven, major. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh no me not alright. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh Lord, you know now. Oh Lord, you know now. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far, but so close. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff. The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, are you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball, and at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool. So fly with caution, or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stats. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
这伤害超高，又是给到了一发雨叉。现在第二勾想要拉扯一发的直在图防，阿斯丁可以倒地，所以热射射到，而且还是攻这一波，先把这个退回来，是热射大爆。
左边拉
呀，有被抓到了，
要抓泰德，泰德已经跑掉了。
雅宁
卡宝龙神机倒下的同时，后面是雅宁的操作，
砍四
一个连斩，拿下 double， 拿下直播的大砍，没有想要停下来，继续的连砍，这是属于他的夸奖，没有是欧卡将人头给拿下，这波是一个 ace， DCG 在自家的野区完成了一波奇袭啊！
有机会哦，
准备要吃，看起来还是得吃这个龙在远方，老妈来了，你这边定到了3个人，恩硕定到了，同时搭上后面的雷电闪光，这波伤害要杀死利凯开砍了，665赶紧小跑，但对面超电直炮直接将对面人全速轰炸，
哇，那这波巴龙好像赚不到东西嘞，40秒的时间。
18等卡上地
，HPS 要赶快抉择哦，这个巴龙不开，要赶快回去走上路的线了，因为上下2条都是有兵的。
但是下半边的兵则是 HPS 的团战再次的开启吗 ？W 这一推 Q3 拉回来，人也被留住，这波想开战，但 Prage 直接将对面人给推走了，一个好位置，开始连续的闪电连击，这波闪电打到后排，中了胜败，直接打到了后排了。 Prage 往前开始跳跃，要做收割的面对的是若雅，若雅没有将他给收下，只有 Prage 倒下之前，在对面全速收光，拿下夸抓 kill，
一波。
这个经济差到了3000块。
你等下看一下 DCG 怎么都要做换线了，
哦，恩硕再次坐车要来抓，看能不能 Q 到2个呢？闪现想要尝试控制，但没有 Q 到。后面妈妈救我过来，扫到了逃跑的泰德。 被击杀，后面还有来自拉瓦的支援，但665就在后面前面位置继续松已经倒下，但同时踢掉来，665选择冲进去，这一脚踢死了妈宝龙。左边位置也是踢到塔口，打到后面李信的进场，3个图金角疯狂屠杀，利凯前面有个门，赶紧上车逃逸。后面利凯也是选择要来跟对面的塔口正面交战，
好像怪怪的呢。
大姐拖住要打塔口，但远方竟然有个黎明之翼是3大复活的支援，但利凯可以跳出来打伤害。
哦，卡玛来了，还有。
听到李行这里盯在墙上吗？早了，66反身闪现，踢住利凯，但被孔雀球下还是踢出了3，在乎的665没有倒下。
还有，卡玛还在拉扯。
后面有个闪电想炸，但665技能又已经准备来到10等了，状态更好，波人往前再 Q 没中，这一波让左边位置有机会弹。
还在 Q，
他要走吗？下个665 Q 好了，又是被恩硕走位左脚，在这边波眼拍一下 A 2下，没中。
Pretty much the same to Rest. It's a bit cooldown. Glory now losing.
Yeah, no E, but Rest is about to go Mega. So they've got enough time.
Rest is going to be Mega now. This is the time they want to be able to find a fight. Nature's Glass comes through. Husha, though, he's just looking for casters. A lot of damage comes through on the bet side. It is Glory. Doesn't land the knock-up onto Finn, who is dipping and diving. Flash on from Rest. And it's 1-on-6. Who's found? But the team fight's not clear. Husha finds a reset, but doesn't get it. Driver's trying to find some health, but he's not either. Now it's only Finn. It's a quadra kill and a pentakill for Shun.
Yeah, Shun just lives on a sliver of HP there and picks himself up a Penta.
ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff. The Fiery Fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, are you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball, and at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, Achoo is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stats. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanings picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stats. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterfeits against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the Fiery Fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the Fiery Fledgling.
但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的机会，投法在阿哲第一颗倒地，是热射下到，而且还是攻这一颗，就把这个配合来是热射大爆。
左边
哎呀，有被抓到了，
要抓泰德，泰德已经跑掉了。
雅宁
卡宝龙水晶倒下的同时，后面是雅宁的操作，
砍 C 砍4，
一个连斩拿下 double， 拿下 triple 的大卡，没有想要停下来，继续的连砍，这是属于他的夸法，没有，是欧卡将人头给拿下，这波是一个 ace，DCG 在自家的野区完成了一波奇袭啊！
有机会哦，
准备要吃，看起来还是得吃这个龙在前方，老妈来了，你这边定到了3个人，恩硕定到，同时搭上后面的雷电闪光，这一波伤害要杀死利凯开砍了，665赶紧小跑，但对面超电磁炮直接将对面人全速轰炸，
哇，那这波巴龙好像赚不到东西得40秒的时间。
18等卡当地
，HPS 要赶快抉择哦，这个巴龙不开要赶快回去走上路的线了，因为上下2条都是有兵的。
但是下半边的兵则是还有 Pix 的团队再次的开启吗 ？W 这一推 Q3 拉回来，人也被留住，这波想开战，但 Prage 直接将对面人给推走了，一个好位置，开始连续的闪电连击，这波闪电打到后排，中了胜败，直接打到了后排了。 Prage 往前开始跳跃，要做收割，但面对的是若雅，若雅没有将他给收下，只有 Prage 倒下之前，在对面全速收光，拿下夸抓 kill，
一波！
这个经济差到了3000
大家看一下 DCG 怎么都要做换线了，
哦，恩硕再次坐车要来抓，看能不能 Q 到2个呢？闪现想要尝试控制，但没有 Q 到。后面妈妈救我过来，扫到了逃跑的泰德。 被击杀，后面还有来自拉瓦的支援，但665就在后面前面位置，双子直接倒下，但同时踢掉来，六路选择冲进去，这一脚踢死了妈宝龙。左边位置也是随踢到塔口，打到后面李信的进场，3个图金角疯狂屠杀，利凯前面有个门，赶紧上车逃逸。后面利凯也是选择要来跟对面的塔口正面交战，
好像怪怪的。
大绝拖住要打塔口，但远方竟然有个黎明之翼是3大复活的支援，但利凯可以跳出来打伤害。
哦，卡马来了，还有，
听到李行这里钉在墙上吗？早了，66反身闪现，踢住利凯，但被恐惧的情况下还是踢个3，再互动665没有倒下。
还有，卡马还在拉扯，
后面有个闪电想炸弹，665竟然又一个来到死等啊，状态更好，博人往前面 Q 没中，这一波让左边位置有机会弹，
还在 Q，
他要找吗？下个665 Q 好了，又是被恩硕走位左脚在那边博眼拍一下 A 2下，没中。
Pretty much the same to rest. Good cooldown. Glory now losing.
Yeah, no E, but Rest is about to go Mega. So they've bought enough time.
All right, rest is going to be Mega now. This is the time they want to be able to find a fight. Nature's Glass comes through. Husha, though, he's just looking for casters. A lot of damage comes through on the backside. It is gory. Doesn't land the knock-up onto Fing, who is dipping and diving. Flash all from Rest. And it's 1-on-6. Who's found? But the team fight's not clear. Husha finds a reset, but doesn't get it. Driver's trying to find some health, but he's not either. Now it's only Fing. It's a quadra kill and a penta kill for Shun.
Yeah, Shun just lives on a sliver of HP there and picks himself up a Penta.
This life will forever remain in your memory card in your life. You and I could be the greatest enemy. Wait now, get wild and wait now, get wild and wait now, get wild and wait now, get wild. This life will forever remain in your memory card in your life. You and I could be the greatest enemy. Wait now, get wild and wait now, get wild and wait now, get wild and wait now, get wild. What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, loving the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, loving the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our penultimate night of the regular season. Of course, going to be brought to you once again by Riot Games and Carry International. And now tonight's games aren't particularly meaningful, but they are sure to deliver on some fun. Now, I will be your host once again, Vestian. Alongside me is Lo. You see it on your screens there. And how are we feeling about tonight's games?
There might not be standings on the line today, but we do have pride on the line.
Yeah? Well, especially for West Point.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't picked up a win yet. They've picked up maybe a couple of game wins here or there, but no series win yet, and they'll be looking to pick one up. Maybe a tall order against DCG, who have looked really good. lately.
Big upswing.
Picking up a series against PSG, and they've kind of impressed us with their drafts all split. DCG have.
All right, let's get a little bit slow there. We have seen a few Mordekaiser incidents.
Yeah, true. It is. It's impressive when it works, and then not so
sometimes
great.
A bit hectic. Now, yesterday's results up in that contenders bracket, of course, was Frank taking on CFO for the second time. Once again, were fouled 0-2. CFO now locked in that first seed, will be getting a bye through to the playoffs, so we will not be seeing them for a long while. And now on the other match, it was BYG up against PSG. Game number 1, very dominant, but following that, honestly, BYG kind of surprising us, being able to pick game number 2, and PSG rounding out the series 2-1, which ties them now in the standings with Frank. They do have a 2-game differential bonus upon Frank, and so really tomorrow's games will be important for the contender group, but tonight's games are what we're looking at. As you touched on, it will be DCG against West Point, J-Team against Hal Pigs. We'll get the graphic on your screens in just a moment. And once again, tonight's games can't affect the standings, but there is definitely pride on the line, as well as, honestly, momentum. I mean, after this, none of these teams will play again until the play-in series, in which they're going to be up against the LCO, the LJL, or perhaps a fellow PCS team. And so it's going to be very important for both DCG and J-Team to ensure they get wins here so they can go into these playoffs feeling confident and feeling good. Because honestly, for either of these teams, J-Team, if they lose to West Point, that's going to be a huge blow to, you'd imagine, the confidence, the momentum, again, as I said, going into playoffs. And DCG, similarly, up against Hellpigs.
Yeah, especially after making massive roster changes for J-Team, you kind of want to get the momentum going and have some clean games under your belt going into playoffs. For DCG, maybe not as important.
Yeah.
In terms of momentum anyway, but I mean, they did look very good against PCG, and they probably want to carry PSG. And they probably do want to carry that, into the playoffs.
Yeah.
For Hell Pigs and West Point, you want to put on a showing.
Yeah.
Get some good games in.
Just pray in our second game of the nights we get Rengar left unbanned, because we've gone all season with 100% ban rate on Rengar up against Hellpigs. And so now that neither of these teams will move on the standings, it'll be amazing to see at least once. So we're going to have Rallier up against Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi actually being pretty dominant in these 1v1s. 2-1 is his head-to-head, of course. And then on the other side, Rallier not having as much success, but in saying that, West Point as a whole only finally picking up their first 1v1 win in their last series. We'll see what we go for. Chi-Chi has been just picking up those AD carries. Obviously, being an AD carry player kind of makes sense, but AD carries had its time, I think 1 week, where we pretty much just saw AD carries constantly, and since then, not really seeing them up in Chi-Chi. And we will once again get him on an AD carry. He's going to be that Callista up against the Lee Sin of Rallier.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Probably Callista favored, as most of these matchups are. Callista's just so strong in a 1v1 early game.
Yeah, Conqueror on the Lee Sin, which is, I think, is surprising. I almost would have thought it's just better to look for the Electrocute and go for that sort of one shot. Once you get Dragon's Rage, it means you certainly will land the Resonating Strike, which is a lot of damage. And I mean, Rally doesn't seem to care. He just lands it anyway. He's going to go in. Crippling Chi-Chi's attack speed, but the Halo Blades means it's all not so important. Chi-Chi going to get hit by this, but I actually think this is the most lost fight of all time for Lee Sin, and
yeah, that's about how you expect it to go, honestly. So I guess Relia's gone for the cloth armor to rush Tabbies out, but it makes him a lot weaker in those fights than maybe having a longsword would. I'm not sure if Electrocute really made a difference. He was taking short trades where maybe he could have used Electrocute a little bit better than Conqueror.
But yeah, I mean, I think the Electrocute not so much for now, but just at level 6.
Yeah, just to get a one-shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going for that playstyle in general, I guess. The cloth armor kind of indicating he's going for a more defensive build. But I don't know how you're supposed to win this as Lee Sin.
Especially with the Conqueror, I feel. I think really limiting your options quite a lot there. But maybe I'm just tunnel visioning.
Yeah.
Chi-Chi returns to lane, has that serrated Dirk, of course. Halo Blades kind of gave away that will be the choice coming through.
Yeah, we saw Maple play Halo Blades, Callista as well.
Rally looking for a trade. It's in that health relic, but Chi-Chi going to be coming out way better off, and this seems pretty over. And even more over.
Nice Q by Chi-Chi through the creeps.
I mean, is he going to look for a dive? He certainly can.
Yeah, he probably can,
And
even
he
if it
is.
ends up 1-for-1. You just
This
win.
is probably over. Relia not got anything to ward jump to until he goes back to his minion wave. But now he's on the wrong side. Also doesn't have that safeguard cooldown available.
Yeah, any of these Qs landing might just spell the end of the game for Relia.
Yeah, I don't think it'll kill him, but it certainly will take him to the point where 1 or 2 auto attacks, even the Ignite, may just take him down. That's safeguard used, so that's the shield gone. Not the longest cooldown, we'll have it back up. Ignite coming out, and yep, simple as that. Possibly a speed run.
Yeah, it might be the quickest one, yeah.
The 1v1s, I think that was the quickest 1v1 we've seen. I'd be
Yeah, 3
surprised if
minutes.
anything else bet 3 minutes for the 2 solo kills. But yeah, blue side is going to be selected here for J-Team, so of course winning that 1v1 does grant them that side selection, as we have all come to know. Relia there on your screen at long last, joining the rest of the team here live in the studio. Chi-Chi, he's happy. See what he opts in for today. I think in general they've looked best while he's playing the likes of the center. Enso once again will be playing.
Okay.
Some internal issues I've heard, but I mean that's just been pretty persistent throughout the split. The only consistent member has been Minji.
Yeah, and it's getting to the point where you really do want to lock in your roster. You will get a week break after this before playoffs, so maybe a little more time to figure things out, but you know, you don't really want to be figuring things out a week before playoffs in terms of roster. So maybe they're just happy with this roster, they've locked it in, and they're going to go into playoffs. And we'll see how they look with this roster. Most recently going down to DCG. A game that essentially just decided the seeding.
Sure. On your screen, of course, it is West Point. They're looking to try and pick themselves up their first and what would be only series win if they can get it here. I believe they've only had 2 game wins as well, if I'm not mistaken. Possibly 3, but I think it's 2.
I think it's 2.
1 against...
I think both against Hellpigs.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so as well. I can't exactly remember, but I'm pretty sure it is just the 2. Qingnan and Sha down there in the bot lane. Honestly, I think of recent have looked like the better members of the team. They're more consistent, actual.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more of Relia on things like the Udyr lately.
Yeah.
So Renier can focus on the bot side and just kind of leave him on an island.
Yeah, and I mean, it works kind of, obviously not that well, but it does mean that you're not worrying about one lane in particular. Matchup here than the top lane, it is fairly Lakai-sided in all aspects. Honestly, I think Relia had 6 solo kills by about week 2, and hasn't really increased that number. 3 of them of which were as a Relia into Taco's Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
Possibly even more, actually, I don't remember. Was a lot of solo killing going on in that lane.
Yeah, and that's kind of the story of West Point. When we see them do well, they're getting leads in the early game off of some very good laning, but then they're just not able to convert it into wins. They do get the objectives, they get the dragons, they get towers, but they just can't quite, you know, end the game, and that might just come down to maybe team fighting, maybe macro. Gonna see.
Yeah. Could be a whole plethora of things, but here again, we're entering our Champion Select through our first game of the night. And West Point, once again, trying to look for their first series win. You can see it on your screens there. 0-9 is their current record. And J-Team 4-5. Winning this series would equal them out to 5-5, which I guess is good for the team in general, especially considering all of the shenanigans that's gone on with their roster and the constant swapping and subbing and whatnot that has occurred.
Yeah, you're kind of happy with how chaotic the split has been as J-Team. You're just happy to, you know, have made it into playoffs, and now you have the opportunity to, you know, maybe change gears and make a playoffs run.
Yeah, certainly is possible. We saw it last year with CFO. And who's to say it can't be done again here by J-Team? Well, they've got to get through West Point first, and I mean, drafts, all things considered, is fairly standard. Not a whole lot of surprising
Now,
bans. I mean, the LeBlanc stands out as maybe the most surprising ban.
yeah, now if you're unfamiliar with these teams, you might be thinking, oh, Ashe is open.
It's not.
But these two teams, oh, it's not. Okay. Okay,
They
thank
will
God.
not be thinking that.
Yeah, okay, thank God. I thought, because last time these two teams played, Ashe
Yeah,
just
didn't get picked.
slid straight
banned.
through the draft.
Yeah.
Not a lot of Ashe priority in that PSG Beyond series. PSG were banning it second rotation, but you know, we're usually seeing it first rotation. Azir locked in. You do have your pick of the litter with champs to pick into the Azir. I think most successful has been Corki, honestly. We saw Gory have a ridiculously good Corki game yesterday. Into the Azir first pick specifically. Senna very strong.
Smolder is available, and I feel like, honestly, Smolder might be one of the better champs into Senna. Lane's tough, but you do just get to scale. You're never really under kill pressure. Maokai might be Char's support. It could still be in the jungle. Who is really to say at this point?
Yeah, we've seen specifically DCG really like the Senna Maokai bot lane. Smolder makes sense here, and I think you like being into a Senna Tom, a Senna Maokai as Smolder. Tanky melee champ to stack off, who doesn't have the most pressure in lane with the Senna to really ever be killing you.
Can be prone to dives, which I guess is the only real concern.
Yeah.
Very, very diveable, and Renier, we know, likes to pick a lane and camp it, so that's definitely something we need to be aware of for the side of J-Team, and the Rel suggests they might be very good at counter diving, can just be there for the bot lane.
Yeah, Twisted Fate is open.
Yeah, and Xerath is a counter to Azir. We don't see it a lot because obviously this Xerath does have problems when it comes to the mid game, especially.
Yeah, and honestly, just post 6 Azir
Yeah.
is going to put a lot of pressure onto the Xerath. Similar to what we saw, I think, Maple doing to the Hui in the Hui matchup as Azir. Just constantly threatening the Hui as soon as he was 6. Bai going to be locked in, so you maybe do have to be really worried about these dives as the Smolder.
Okay, Puppy. Now, we'll be locked in. I mean, banned even. I guess targeting junglers makes sense. J-Team, they're going to ban Azir counters by the looks of things. Xerath's the first to go. Akali, Corki, Talia all remain open.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess worried about the Xerath. It isn't usually a go-to into the Azir. So far anyway. I don't think we've even seen the matchup.
Yeah, but there's a lot of lockdown coming through from Vi and the Maokai, which makes landing Xerath abilities extremely easy, and
Yeah.
honestly, they pack such a punch that...
Yeah, we actually, I think it was DCG who played this exact
It
combo.
was,
Yeah.
yeah.
With the Vi Xerath. And it was very strong. Xerath can just ulti to follow up the Vi, and usually she's doing enough damage to that's just a kill.
So Hui will be the answer now into Azir. We've seen Nuli on Hui a couple of times. Nothing really to complain about all that much.
Yeah.
Not really having the impact of some other mid laners on this champion, perhaps, but I mean, that kind of comes as your team is just losing the majority of the games.
Yeah,
Bard going to be the lock-in.
I think our expectations were just set way too high after that 1-1-1-6 Hui game.
Yeah. I mean, even the very first game DCG played where Chris Carter locked in the Hui.
Yeah.
That was a very impressive Hui game as well. For different reasons, but it was impressive. Rallia looking like he's going to opt into this Yone versus Cassante matchup. A matchup I've had a lot of experience with.
Yeah, you got to be ready for the carry tops in solo queue. No one's handshaking a tank. Bard, Smolder specifically is something CFO have played.
Yes.
We'll see how it goes. I kind of
Did
like...
we not see it yesterday? I feel like we saw it yesterday. No, I'm
We
delusional.
definitely saw
It was
a Bard.
Israel Bard.
Yeah, we definitely saw a Bard yesterday.
Yeah, it was Israel Bard.
But it must have been last week then that we saw the...
Yeah, we did see a Smolder Bard at some point.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it was PSG. Because CFO played Varus both games. I'm pretty sure PSG played the Smolder Bard.
Right, that would make sense, because I do remember Betty's.
Yeah, he played 2 games of Smolder in the last series, other than yesterday's.
Yeah, Betty doing really well on the Smolder. We'll see if West Point, or J-Team rather, can put on a similar Smolder performance. I mean, when you lock the Smolder, kind of the pressure is on the enemy team to do something. Because if the game is just in an even state once Smolder hits his stacks, the game becomes so difficult. He's able to just take over team fights with just 2 items, honestly. 225 stacks and 2 items. You're usually good to win pretty much every team fight with the Smolder. Azir, no slouch either.
Yeah, for sure. Game number 1 now. We're all loaded up. We are into the game. Team compositions. I mean, looking at them immediately, I want to hear your thoughts as to, with nameplates on, whose team comp do you think's better? And the reason I say with nameplates on is because I feel like, especially in the case of West Point, you have to consider recent form and who's been looking the strongest. Because I feel like having Ching9 on the center is kind of a detriment maybe to West Point and how they've looked recently. And sort of Ching9 being that guy that for the 2 wins they've found, game wins, shall I say, was kind of off the back of him alone.
Yeah, one of them was a really good game on the lethality. No, the on-hit Varus.
Yeah.
And I don't remember the other one, but it might have honestly been Varus as well.
I think it was, yeah.
He's played a lot of Varus and done well on it. J-Team just have like a cookie-cutter front-to-back comp with really good scaling. And the pressure is on West Point's comp this game to get something done in the early game. To give themselves a lead to play with so that they can capitalize on this by making picks and splitting up this J-Team comp, because in a straight 5v5 front to back, J-Team's always going to win, especially as we go later into the game. You're going to need to generate some kind of advantage or imbalance in this game with the Yone in a side lane.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how much headway this Yone can truly make into the Cassante.
Yeah.
Is kind of the problem. Yes, I mean, as you get items, you do become a legitimate threat up in that 1v1, but you never really are able to hit a tower because Cassante can just clear the wave in front of you.
Yeah, Cassante is just such a scary champ to hit the tower in front of. Only Udyr really gets away with it because he can just tank 2 tower shots at level 3.
And then invade your jungler.
Yeah, and still be ahead.
Kind of exciting to see Lakai's Cassante again. Had that ridiculous performance.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly who it was against, but they did not have any right winning the game, and you pretty much single-handedly got it done.
Yeah. I mean, for the early part of the split, it was just Lakai.
Yeah.
Doing work. Minji's definitely come into form after the roster swaps, especially. A bit of a return to form for Minji. And we'll see if Chi-Chi can be a third carry threat on this team, someone who's able to play something like a Smolder and get his CSGO even in lane and then take over a game, then, this is a pretty threatening team going into playoffs. So, Renier is looking around in the topside jungle of Luava a little bit before doing the Krug, just getting deep vision down. I don't want to see a dive attempt on this Cassante, but it is the wave pushing towards Relia here. So pretty bad timing for Lakai on the wave. He's going to take a chunk, maybe.
I think he'll be able to get him out. Yeah, there's no way he gets killed here, but they do get him to pop that ghost, which makes things a little more daunting.
Yeah, I forgot this champ had CC immunity as well. I thought he might be going down.
Coming through.
Char will use that Twisted Advance. Nice Bramble Smash. This should mean there's no real way to look for a kill, though Ching9 gets stunned up, and as I say that, I lied to everyone. It's going to be first blood. Picked up there by Lalva on this Rel. Not ideal to give it to the Rel, but certainly very good to eliminate Senna from this lane.
Honestly.
Interestingly as well, Ching9 did start this game with World Atlas, which is not something we've seen Senna's do for a while now.
Yeah, usually starting with the Dorans. I think I don't hate that decision just because I don't think anyone's getting anything done in these lanes. Maybe Doran's Blade does make a difference on that gank though, and he's able to get his flash off and get away. Yeah, but it ends up being a kill going over to Luava, and I don't think you mind that as the Smolder. More importantly, you're just sitting in lane, you know, 2v0 now, just stacking up.
He uses his Q. Okay. Is able to run far enough away that just the shifting sands will be able to get him to safety.
Oh, so they've got a sapling, and the sapling runs out as Luava arrives here, and they don't, you know, because of that, they're not able to react in time. Cheng just getting caught on the end of this Rel Q means he goes down.
Aftershock got it.
Yeah, Aftershock got it. That's unfortunate. They did try to give the kill away to Smolder, but honestly, Smolder doesn't even care about kills. He gets plenty once he's got his passive active. You just want to be rushing that ASAP. Relia taking a great trade in the top lane. Lakai no TP as well.
Yeah, that's not so good for Lakai.
Yeah, Relia doesn't even ult there as well. Means that if Renier can work his way up here...
And he is, but Lalva, I think, is aware that this is almost certainly coming. Lakai putting out the pink, so yeah, J-Team is very well aware.
They have a very short window to do this.
I really want to see Lakai's XP as well. Does use that Pathmaker, but he disables it too quickly.
Oh.
Movement, getting himself there to this Rel. One more minion, maybe one more. He's so close to 6, but he's not going to find it as Relia does get that one kill. It's traded back eventually from Lalva.
Yeah,
a lot of XP will be missed here, and Lakai must have been so close to level 6. But well done by West Point to not let him get there.
Yeah, level
kill
6.
XP.
Yeah, off the kill XP. Yeah, Renier not able to grab tower aggro right at the end there to allow Relia to pick up the kill. But not the worst. You're 22 CS up on the Yone now and the kill. Relia does lose his flash there, but he's going to be sitting pretty in the top lane.
I'm telling you right now, Kasante's about to kill Yone.
Yeah, no flash.
Very shortly.
No flash, no ult.
Yeah.
Lakai's about to have Ghost and his ult up, so Relia has to be respectful for a little bit.
Plus he has the adaptive force elixir.
Potion, yeah.
So...
Yeah, we'll see. We do see Kasante seems to be at his strongest in lane phase. Between, you know, level 6 to 9.
Yeah, that is kind of because of items. He might need boots to truly pressure.
Yeah.
But I think if he plays aggressive here, he will almost certainly win the 1v1.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Relia
land
not worried at all.
Let's have a look. Okay, Lakai is awfully scared. I think he's being too scared.
Yeah, I think it might be just a bit of...
well, they don't know where the jungle is.
Renier's reputation as a hard camper. He does just play around one lane most games.
Yeah, I think if Lakai knew where this fight was, they will now. I think now he doesn't have to be so scared in those trades. Although he did lose a lot of health, he will at least heal up quite a bit with that refillable. No camps available down here, so not much will be found. But Magical Journey, they're going to look for, once again, a look here onto the bot lane.
Yeah. So Chi-Chi will get a chance to see his stacks soon, hopefully, but I think he will have a lot of stacks at this point. He's already got the splash on his Q. No one's really contesting him on any of these waves, so he's able to get the maximum. And it's going to be a dragon picked up for J-Team, uncontested. Renier doesn't want to be playing around his, you know, behind Senna Maokai at this point. So Chi-Chi actually max Q. Went for D-Blade Q max. even trade in the top lane, and this is where Relia has to be careful, I think. He does have ult again now.
Yeah, okay. There is ult, sure.
Scary. Does have Q3 there as well.
Oh, Relia, I mean, this is not to Lakai, but it's almost certainly him going down. There's nowhere to run. Minji even going to be able to make his way to find that kill. Great pickup for the Azir.
Yeah. And he goes to pick up the plant in the river and just finds the majority of J-Team just standing around. They appear out of nowhere and just kill him. Does help Lakai out. Lakai just gets a shove in and is just maintaining a 20 CS deficit rather than seeing it grow. We're probably not going to see the lead for the Yone really grow until he gets the Blade of the Ruined King, I would think.
Okay, Lakai is really committing to just sitting, matching Relia. I mean, eventually they'll push over Relia, especially with what will almost certainly be the Sunfire Cape here. Sunfire Cape is not something we've seen on the Cassante for quite a while.
Yeah.
It tends to be the Iceborne Gauntlet. It gives you a lot more kill pressure. A little bit less.
Do you think he'll finish it? Because a lot of the time junglers build just the bombies.
Yeah, I think you can't not finish it. You really need the armor. Maybe you won't, though. Maybe he's going to go for the Barmies into Frozen Heart, as the junglers do, because Frozen Heart obviously have an insanely strong item up against the likes of the Yone or the Yasuo.
Yeah, that was really nicely played by Enzo, just standing on top of Renier so he can't VQ over the wall. But I think Renier just got scared off a little bit there, because it was a 3v2 in the bot side. He was probably fine. Smolder not threatening that much damage at this point. Trade's honestly pretty even.
For sure.
This is probably the point where Cassante is going to be strongest. Relia's probably going to have Blade of the Ruined King the next time he recalls. So it is pretty much this reset that he's got a chance to kill Relia. Though I don't know if you're really looking for the kill if you're Lakai. Going for a kill here is going to just accelerate the pace of the game, which is the last thing you want when you've got a Smolder doing so well in the bot lane. Both sums up, CS lead. No real pressure on him at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what stacks he's at, because it feels like this has been the easiest Smolder lane we've yet to see. I mean, we've seen yet even. And so, I mean, even at the point where they've managed to get a plate.
Yeah, and he's even
helps when you do
he's even getting some bonus stacks on the Maokai.
Yeah.
Just kind of walking up, queuing him with impunity, throwing W's out.
Ooh, Binding won't connect, but the Tempered Fate certainly would. Ching9 is going to be forced to flash away, turns around, lands the root, gets himself one stack, but...
Yeah, nice ult from Cha. They're really preventing any follow-up. They do grab the Senna's flash.
But once again, this does just make this lane for Smolder even easier.
Yeah.
Ching9's aware that he's not safe to walk up. Cha is aware that he's not likely very killable.
Yeah. J-Team maybe thought Cheng9 recalled there. So they were just, you know, peeking around. But once they see Cheng has stayed, they decide to not go for the dive. And that's really good from J-Team. I think the way they're playing around bot lane right now is... it's an important thing to note, because they're winning when nothing happens, when they've got the Smolder at this point in the game. So they're not over-forcing, they are just taking a free flash from Cheng when they see the opportunity to, but they're not just over-forcing.
119 was the stacks.
Okay. That is by far the most stacks we would have had at this point.
Yeah.
As you're only usually getting 10 stacks a minute once you've got 125, and you can you know, harass champs a lot more and AoE the waves a lot easier. But he's already almost at that point where he's 10 stacks a minute. You know, with just the first evolve on his Q.
It looks like Shojin will be that second item once again here for the Smolder.
Yeah, it seems to be the agreed upon best Smolder build. I think third item, is still maybe up for debate. I think I like the rapid fire. LDR if you need it, but he won't need it this game. We saw... Oh.
Tempered Fate lands. It's onto Nuli here. Minji does use the shifting chance. He's even going to find that Emperor's Divide. Nuli no flash. He is not going to be able to make it absolutely anywhere. It's going to be another shutdown.
Yeah, nice play by Minji. And, you know, you do have a lot of pressure onto the Hui as the Azir post 6.
Teleport's coming in. I mean, you are still lacking a mid laner here who does not have teleport, by the way. Minji has absolutely no way to get to this fight. This should be Herald picked up. Lava will confirm it. Through comes that Fate's Call. It lands really well. So does the center ult. Lava crashed down for that shield. It's Charm9 who eventually is taken on out there as Lakai did pop his all out in the middle of that fight. Only one kill going over, but they do manage to secure themselves the Rift Shield for the side of J-Team. And lead is going to be extending, although only currently sitting at about 2,000 gold.
Yeah, Relia might be dead here.
Yeah, Lakai's closed a lot of gap, and so is Minji. Relia is looking for the return kill, doesn't have the damage required to take that one out, as Minji yet again claiming himself another 2-0-2 now. Will be this Azir.
Yeah, and at the beginning of that play, as Relia, before Relia was TPing to the Rift Herald, Lakai was just sitting in base, waiting to see what Relia would do. If Relia doesn't go to the Rift Herald, he just TP's bot to defend the tower, and because Relia TP'd to the Rift, he matches the TP. It's a 4v5. West Point find a really good engage. Ult onto Chi-Chi, though.
Flash cease and assist. Yeah, they find Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi has his cleanse. He has his flash, and he will cleanse and flash away after getting fed by Nuli on this way.
Yeah. Yeah, well played by Chi-Chi to be able to get out there. West Point find a moment where they've got a numbers advantage mid and find a good engage onto the Smolder, get both his sums. Is traded for Renier's flash, but maybe with Smolder flash down, they can get a kill on him or slow him down.
I have a problem.
What's the problem?
Pair your eyes towards a fed Azir and his items.
Oh.
I mean, I kind of get it right in this game more than Nuli when he was playing the Karma and doing the same essential build with the Zhonya's second. And the reason why it makes a little bit more sense here is that Minji's actually a very, very solid late game carry threat as well.
Yeah.
And so even if this Smolder is just having everything thrown at him, as soon as the status comes out, or even during that time that sort of Chi-Chi is the focus, Minji will be outputting immense amounts of damage.
Yeah, honestly, Smolder doesn't hate going Zhonya's either. He's got plenty of AP ratios in his kit. So we might see them eventually both get Zhonya's and just completely shut down this Vi.
Yeah, perhaps. Looking now for this bot lane tower. There are 4 members here on both sides. It is going to be Minji not at the fight, but he does have teleport if he wants to be coming, and he does. Nice Tempered Fate lands onto 2. Crash down, as well as that Magna Storm will likewise land onto 2. And Mum comes through, securing that kill onto Nuli. It is Renier also getting picked up on the back end. Bottom tower felled as well. In the meantime, Relia up in the top side. He's about to try and find his way to this turret, but what are West Point going to lose for it? Because Ching9 and Char9 can both not come anywhere near this tower, and it should be the inner also going down.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be a 2-for-1 tower trade. No one can TP up here. And the turret gold is split 5 ways for J-Team, which you don't love. But, you know, not nearly an equivalent trade. Heavily favoring J-Team, who pick up 2 kills. And this Tempered Fate is just... I mean, the play is over at the moment. This lands. You're pretty much guaranteed 2 kills here. I don't see how either members can really get out. And both kills went to Chi-Chi, I think.
No, one was a tower.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see who picked it out. Lava did. Actually, Lakai didn't have a kill. Maybe it was Lakai.
Yeah, maybe. Either way, you're just... You know, it's all looking pretty good for J-Team. And so down here to protect...
Oh, Cosmic Binding won't connect there.
Though I don't know how much protecting Minji actually needs. He has a level up on the Yone. Ult onto Chi-Chi.
Yeah, no sums available. Actually does have the cleanse, but
Seems like it's too little too late, or is it?
Yeah.
Renier in No Man's Land does get taken out. Flash, stun, crash down, double kill coming through. And we have used that Tempered Fate. This time it's onto a tower as Chi Chi looks and secures himself a triple in the play that started with a cease and desist on a Smolder all alone in the mid wave.
Yeah, no sums up, so it was a nice play from West Point to try punish Chi Chi's sums. Renier gets his ult back well before Chi Chi's going to get his flashback, so they try to make a play onto him, but yeah, as you said, it's just too little too late at this point. So Aurelia
Nature Grass,
gets
nice.
engaged.
Tempered Fate, or Fate Sealed, sorry, does connect onto Chi Chi. Ching trying to find that snipe down with the Ward and Q, but won't be able to do so, and these Azir soldiers are hitting so hard. The flash is too late. Ching 9, he's taken out. Enso's going to claim that one, and a teleport from base coming in through Newly. Char 9, though, he is in between 3 members, does flash away from the crash down, but Magical Journey will once again be there to ensure everyone from J-Team is able to just skip over that wall and run away with their lives. And now a massive gold lead, 6.5k gold, favoring J-Team. They've got 4 Void Grubs, 5 towers have been taken, and they might look towards the second dragon and should even be able to look towards this Baron in the near future. Now, importantly, big shutdown was found. It was Relia able to collect that one for himself, I do believe.
I don't think so. I don't think he quite managed to kill Betty. I'm not sure who did. I didn't actually catch it.
It's either Char or Relia. They're the only 2 of kills.
But I think Relia just got CC'd and killed when he tried to go into Chi Chi. We're going to see the Vi ult onto Chi Chi here. There's just not enough damage to follow up, I guess. Senna not doing a whole lot at this point in terms of damage. Not able to get an auto or Q onto Chi Chi. I think Cheng could have maybe commit to that. Even if he goes down, it's going to be so much gold. It's probably worth it.
Back to live.
Yeah.
Another tower going down. Ching 9's also dead. Char has used that Twisted Advance forward and should be getting taken out. Spiraling Despair, does a lot of damage to Larva, but that's pretty inconsequential considering this is just your utility CC tank jungler.
Yeah.
Now, Larva's job is going to be doing this dragon.
Yeah, J-Team wasting no time. Just taking a tower on every push, grabbing a couple kills while they do it. They're going to pick up a dragon. Only their second, so probably not going for the dragon soul win con this game with how far ahead they are. But it never hurts to just pick up the objective.
Yeah, if it's there, might as well secure it. Baron feels like it should be on the cards soon.
Yeah.
I mean, Smolder now at that 225 after doing this Raptor camp, so has a lot of damage.
And
and you can't really fight into it with how weak you are on the side of West Point.
Yeah, and this is the fastest 225 on Smolder.
No, Betty was like 19 minutes.
19 minutes he got 225?
Yeah.
My god, I need to rewatch that game.
That was the game 1, I believe.
Bard ult onto Senna here. Follow-up is so far away, but they still just managed to get onto Cheng. No damage threatened back onto them, so the carries of J-Team can just walk up to the Senna with impunity. Chag gets stunned here, decides to go down fighting. Fair enough, he wasn't really going to be able to walk out of that one, and they found Cheng live as well.
Cheng is going to be taken out. See what else can occur here. It's going to be another kill. Larva once again finding himself 1 double kill now for Chi Chi on the Smolder as Renier as well as Char are the last 2 to remain, and they are getting rounded away from Lakai here on this Cassante. One inhib tower going down, and inhib will also follow. Ching 9 now will be respawning. Are the 3 members going to be strong enough to be able to put up a defense here? Ching 9 using that ult, of course, it doesn't do anything to these minions, and so they're all alive and well. Tower number 1 going down. Tower number 2, Cosmic Binding does connect there on to the 2 members of West Point that are Renier and Ching 9, and now both Nexus towers going down. Nexus will be soon to follow, and J-Team looking good at least in game number 1 as they look to cement their regular season with a series win.
Yeah, 19 kills to 2, and they just no Baron needed, no soul needed. They just run down mid, kill West Point a couple times, and end the game.
Yeah. Been really well played for J-Team. Looking better. I guess the problem is, like, while yes, that was a very clean game that they looked really good in, it's against West Point, which it's becoming hard to to know how much weight to put into the win, right? Because
Yeah.
everyone kind of looking clean other than DCG up against West Point. And so, yeah, it's hard to really say
Yeah.
how good it is that J-Team played. I will say the fact that they weren't giving over any obvious ways to lose the game was a clear positive. I mean, Chi-Chi getting killed that one time is probably not something you want when you are that far ahead, and as the Smolder, you are now very close to being online. He wasn't quite at the 225 at that point. You don't want to be dying just before it. It's kind of like the same as a Cull, right? How many times in your League of Legends career have you been like,
6 stacks,
the Cull
5
is
stacks.
6 or minus, and you're like, oh, I'll just stay for this next wave to get it. Boom, dead immediately as soon as you show up on that wave.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same concept, right? Where you would get it quicker if you just recalled and found that CS in another lane or as the wave bounces back rather than dying and then missing out on XP and missing out on tempo around the map. And so
Yeah, I think they did end up getting to a tier 2 mid and a bunch of kills off of that play. So it was okay.
Yeah, it was, for sure. I just think you shouldn't be the only one going down in a fight. Obviously, there is a lot of lockdown coming through from the Vi mainly. I mean, by that time, Rally was already dead, and so there isn't really any follow-up coming through after that, which is the main concern I have with how it happened, is that, Rally went in, found a good engage, wasn't enough, died, and then somehow TG still managed to die on the back end of that.
Yeah.
So we never really got to see how.
What I did like from J-Team is Enso looked really good on the board.
Did.
Good ults, good cosmic bindings from him. Chi-Chi looked fine on the Smolder. No complaints about Chi-Chi's Smolder. Stacked up well. Did have a pretty easy lane for himself, especially after the successful gank by Luava.
Yeah.
Lakai holding his own in the top lane, maybe falling a bit behind, but he did get dived.
Yeah, I think I'll ask you as well, but I think for me MVP should just be Lauva.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think he just did. I mean, the other argument I think would be Minji. I don't think really. I mean, Chi-Chi just played Smolder, got to his stacks, and started claiming a lot of kills. I think
Maybe
it's either.
Enso.
Yeah, I think it's Lauva or Minji personally. And a lot of that, I mean, Minji found a really clutch ult onto Nuli at one stage, which really was sort of the breaking point of that game. They killed Nuli, went for the Rift Herald. West Point still tried to 4v5 it, lost that fight as well, and that did stem off the back of Minji's engage. But of course, before we got there, it was Lauva going around the map, making sure that Lakai didn't die up on the top side, getting some kills, securing a lane win for the Smolder and bot.
And if the game wasn't already over, this play failing for West Point kind of just sealed the deal. Somehow Chi-Chi is 3v1 getting dived and turns it into a triple kill. Lakai very kindly delivering this kill to him.
Yeah, I mean, good cohesion, I think, especially for a team that has, as we said, had so many roster swaps. Top damage does go to that Smolder. Not too surprising considering what we were seeing.
Yeah, how well his early game went. That was always going to be what the damage graph looked like. Minji going for a little more defensive of a build. Cheng never really getting off the ground on the center of this game.
I think that did stem down to Lauva as well, by the way. Just the pressure that was being felt in that bot lane. Inso as well, that magical journey that did allow for the first kill onto Cheng9 to happen was of course very clutch, and they found the perfect timing as soon as that sapling went down.
Yeah. And kudos to the observers noticing that Maokai sapling disappeared just as he's walking onto Vision. I wonder if that was just a bit of fortunate timing, or if they actually timed the Maokai sapling going into the bush.
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
could probably see Maokai throwing it.
You'd almost certainly see him throwing it, but yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, how many people time Maokai saplings? I guess if you're looking for something to happen in the bot lane, then it makes sense to do so.
Yeah.
Because if he's sapling the bush, that almost certainly means there's no ward in the bush. So you time the sapling, and then you're probably free from any vision or whatnot. Chi-Chi, he's topping a lot of the stats. Jungle, once again, will be taking the most damage per death.
Yeah.
Lauva securing a lot of kills here, considering he's a Ral.
Yeah, he did get a bunch of kills, yeah, and it, honestly, with the bot plays, it really doesn't matter how much gold you get on the Smolder, it's just the stacks. Enso does end up getting the MVP. I don't hate it. I think he played quite well. Mostly in just snowballing the game. It was the play by Lauva and Minji in the early game, kind of getting them the lead. But once they got the lead, Enso's Bard ults and bindings were, as well as his magical journeys, were just made the game a really clean snowball and close out.
So you're saying all of his abilities except for the one that gives you 50 health back when you step on it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and a bit of move speed.
And a bit of move speed. But you do have to wait for it to channel up.
Gold difference, being down gold is a bit deceptive just because it was a Maokai
It was farming.
Yeah. So this ult, I mean, ends up getting them 2 towers, I think, and a couple kills.
For sure. I mean, we see it here. Lakai being able to use that Pathbreaker to hit 2 people always feels really good. The more people you can hit with that ability, just the better it feels in general. It's a nice CC lockdown. If you have that Q3 ready as well, it's just a guaranteed double, triple, whatever.
He was landing 2-man.
Knock up. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of that from Lakai. I think he's been probably the most consistent in terms of like multi-man Cassante knockouts and finding the correct way to look for team fights.
Yeah.
Has looked really good. I mean, Lakai's just looked good all split, honestly.
Yeah.
And it's the standings I don't think really speak for Lakai. I think he's generally been the most solid performing player from beginning to end. I think recently Minji looking like the biggest carry, but this game kind of was just through that support and jungle that allowed them to get to the position they were in.
Yep.
But that is game number 1, done and dusted. When we are back from our break, of course, game number 2, we'll see if West Point can turn this into a 3-game series and find their first series win.
Got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Like a fire, I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd.
You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel the same thing, your wildfire. And your flames and your barbed wire. You're alive, like a fire. I feel the same thing, your wildfire. And your flames and your barbed wire.
Hello everyone, we're back. Game number 1, done and dusted extremely quickly, as was the 1v1. And it was in both cases J-Team who picked up the wins, and now West Point, they have 2 more chances at trying to find this series win. They have to start it now because this is their last series. They're down 0-1. A reverse sweep is in order if they want to not end this season going 0-10. Oh,
we've had a technical issue, but
Hang
only
on.
because we're struggling with our... Oh, we've not had a technical issue.
All right, I'm back. So things we liked for West Point last series, or last game, were mostly just Relia in the top lane 1v1.
Sorry, I've lost composure. The voices in our head is just trolling us at this point. But yes, top lane, yeah, went well for Relia, at least in the lane phase, up 20 CS. Did eventually get found and taken down, but that was off the back of a jungle gank coming out of Lava. And
Yeah.
honestly, lots of questionable macro. I mean, West Point wanting to fight in a 4v5 over Rift Shield. It's hard to say what was good in that game for West Point. I think even their draft was just kind of losing. You saw a blind Azir. You got the Hui, and Hui seems to be a very strong champion from what we've seen thus far, but does it punish the Azir the way that you can with something like the Talia, Akali, or Corki? Not really.
Yeah,
So-
not at all, really. And
Yeah.
it didn't stick out to me as a particularly great Hui game, just because of the game plan you were always going for with a Yone and a Vi locked in was never really going to be super conducive to enabling Hui in team fights.
Yeah.
Like maybe he can help with the Vi pick just because of how long range his abilities are. And he does have wave clear if your Yone is winning side. Maybe not the worst pick, but yeah, not really able to get much done on the Hui.
J-Team taking out the Vi. Senna also will be banned from West Point, so regardless of anything, we are going to see different comps coming through, and it's going to be Ching9. He's going to get his hands on his Kalista once again. He usually starts the game looking extremely dominant, and oh my god, we get to see a Draven. Chi-Chi has played Draven once before, and was in a 1v1.
Yeah.
And he absolutely demolished on it. So I am very, very keen to see this man get his hands on this Draven here on Summoner's Rift in a game 2 of the series. Up against the Kalista. Now, Kalista, of course, a strong laner in her own right, but...
Yeah, it's hard to
Can you-
find a pairing now.
Oh my god.
I think Varus should be the pick, but it's Ezreal. Okay. Along the same vein, I was thinking Varus is probably the only champ that salvages this 2v2 for the Kalista, but they're going to try the Ezreal probably in support. We've seen support Ezreal in the LCK.
Yeah, Keria.
Yeah. I think he actually ended up just not buying a support item that game, by the way. I haven't actually watched the game. I just heard rumblings about the support Ezreal game. He ended up just not buying a support item on the Ezreal and just carrying the game, out damaging everyone on his team.
He does that on Ashe too.
Yeah.
Minji once again going to return to this Azir. Second ban's coming through. I mean, this draft has already gone all over the show.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a Xerath ban again from J-Team. LB makes sense too, because this is a game where you could just lose off of 3 prio lanes. You know, already bot lane is probably going to have priority for West Point. Renata's not going to bring as much to the early trades as Ezreal is. Probably. I mean, I can't say that with very much confidence. I haven't seen the support Ezreal, but Draven is going to have a hard time walking up to auto in this lane.
It could still, in theory, be Ezreal mid.
Yeah, true.
We're not entirely certain, definitely, as to where this Ezreal is going.
Yeah, and they could still go for the Varus support Twisted Fate top 4 ADCs.
They could.
Xerath does end up being banned away. It's Rel taken away by West Point. You probably don't want to be playing against a Maokai, but they banned the Jax instead. Maybe setting up a Twisted Fate pick. See what Lava goes for. Maokai makes a lot of sense to me. A lot of squishy targets so far on the side of West Point.
Imagine you're Lava. You're like, all right, last game of the regular season, my AD carry's locked in Draven. Hey, coach, what do I get to play? Maokai.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, someone's got to, you know, do some serious drafting. Someone's got to take one for the team.
I don't think Draven's even that bad.
No, it's a
at the moment.
Kalista counter pick.
Yeah. It's just awesome when we finally get to see it.
It's going to be Sylas, which is a champ we used to see a lot into the Azir.
Yeah, but Sylas,
especially since Everfrost was removed, kind of lost favor.
Yeah.
It always felt pretty nice where you were Silas. You could just E forward with your first E, use the Everfrost, land your Q. It would definitely be able to do that second proc damage.
Yeah, and set up in D2 as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so kind of lost, and also just the tankiness Everfrost used to give you. Obviously builds.
Yeah.
You get to have that early lost chapter, but you also get to have some survivability as well, which feels really good when you are these melee.
Yeah, and I
mid
don't think Silas really loves any of the new items. I mean, Lichbane is nice.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Lakai pick Yasuo. Oh. Oh, look, he's upset about the Cassante too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lose lane win game kind of pick. Relia on the Irelia is gonna, however far ahead he gets on the Irelia, it's still gonna be a tall order to have more impact. This champ is very easy to win lane on, and very difficult to win the game with, as Shock always says.
About Aurelia?
Yeah,
Oh,
he says that all the time.
I've never heard him say that.
Oh, you're not a loyal Shock stream.
What I always hear him say is two things.
Yeah.
Damage is the only stat that matters.
Yeah.
That's the classic.
Factual.
And the other one, three things, actually, I'll revert. Second one is mid lane players are the best players in the game.
Yeah.
And-
Dubious.
Yeah, the third one is Nidalee sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
And I think, honestly, the third one is what I hear him say the most.
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people share that sentiment. That is, I mean, especially right now, it's a very weak champ.
I think, when was Nidalee crazy? I think when she first got reworked and her jungle clear was like just
Yeah.
so much faster than absolutely every other jungler.
Yeah.
She was
and-
strong then, and also when Renekton's in meta, she has a place in the
Yeah,
meta because
true.
she can just go up top and throw a spear at someone that's stunned,
Yeah.
and then execute them because the Renekton E took them down to, the Renekton W, sorry, took them down to,
Yeah. Doesn't hurt the
1 HP.
Renekton was damn near one-shotting
yeah.
at that point as well.
Everything.
Even when Nidalee was at her best, she was still a very suspicious pick in pro play.
We actually
Soraka with a
saw
spear.
We saw a little bit at MSI last year because that was when Caps decided to invent the Nautilus mid.
Right.
And so you needed to find AP somewhere. Nautilus has a lot of
Uh-oh.
lockdown, and so
Oh my
golly
Goodness.
god!
Happy feet. That was such a nice dodge by Enso. Pretty greedy with
He's
his
got a little
flash.
smile on his face. He knows what just happened.
Yeah. I mean, if it works, it works. I think he probably should have just flashed.
No, he dodges those. How dare you?
There wasn't really a whole lot of CC coming to follow up
Yeah,
anyway,
but
so he
honestly,
probably gets
just,
the flash later anyway, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Renier could maybe look for a flash W, or at which point Ching would just be able to keep wailing on him with those auto attacks, and you imagine he's got rend, so...
Yeah, by the way, on Cheng, it does suck a little bit that he had to take cleanse. Makes sense against the Maokai. Might be a little crazy not to against the Maokai Renata to skip cleanse. But they're down a combat sum in what is going to be, you know, a lane that involves a lot of fighting.
Oh,
Trade's initially going the way of J-Team, but if West Point are able to just coordinate their autos onto the Straven, he's not really going to be able to trade with them at
yeah, and
all.
Char's not really even needing to auto, he just stands here and throws out Mystic Bolts.
Yeah. Fleet footwork is interesting.
It is, a little, for sure.
I really didn't think I'd need to watch the Keria as real game, because I wasn't expecting to see this champ actually picked in the support role.
Yeah, well, it is.
Yeah, here it is. Lots of priority for West Point spot lane. I really hate that Renier has gone to his topside jungle here. This seemed like a pretty obvious split map with how much priority he was going to have bot and how much stronger he is over the Maokai at this point in the game. Maokai shouldn't really be getting these camps.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's strong, but the problem is Lava's never going to sit there and fight him. He's just going to twisted advance and then Q, maybe Twist Advance auto Q, proc that phase rush, and at which point Lalva's actually won the trade. And I mean, you don't really want to risk going down this bot lane because yes, you're going to have priority, but I honestly think in a skirmish, then you probably favor the Draven Renata. Just a denial of pretty much everything.
Maybe, but maybe just because of how much faster he's going to clear than the Maokai. You know, Maokai might not even get to his camps. You might never really even get to see the 3v3. But anyway, he's decided to path to top and maybe look for an invade or a deep ward here, as Lalva knows exactly what his priorities should be.
There is heal, there is every summoner available. Nice trade from Char prior to the dive. Lalva finds his way into his advance, going to be used here. Phase Rush is procced. Char's so low! First blood, though, will go to Ching9. It was 1 ticket damage away from being such a success. Ching even flashing. He's looking to try and pick himself up a second, but won't be able to do so.
He ends up getting 2 flashes for his flash, but he doesn't have mana to rend, unfortunately, so he can't pick up the kill on Lava. Okay, pretty good for West Point. That was always going to be a really difficult dive, with West Point being full HP here. Not playing a particularly weak lane either. Chad does almost go down, and no res coming through from Enso there on the Renata. I thought they might be able to pull it off just because Renata is very good at diving.
Yeah, as is the Maokai generally, but
weren't
able to, and now with that it is actually just Ching9 who's found himself his boots. He's got a dagger as well, and he is going to be stronger than this Draven for the time being.
Yeah, it's down a bit of CS, probably just because he had to fight with a massive wave under his tower. Couldn't prioritize the last hits. So Renyer's hitting up the Dragon. Probably uncontestable for J-Team. Looks like they're not really interested in contesting it. And they're not going to be able to trade the Void Grubs for it either.
It should just be picked up. It will be. Char helping up a little bit there as this Israel, and now we might be seeing the reverse.
Chi-Chi does have his sums, but Enso doesn't.
Oh, yeah, Chi-Chi dying with heal flash available. I mean, not that it changes the kill, but...
Yeah, he probably could have lived if he healed. I honestly think he was expecting the revive from Renata.
Essence Flux into Arcane Shift, a pretty classic combo, and it's even easier to do when you are in the support role because you don't have to care ever about landing these last hits.
So Renye gonna grab the Void Grubs too, by the look of things. Maybe a play happening in mid lane, maybe not. Lava ends up just walking through. And is just way too late to contest these grubs. Maybe can get a smite.
Yeah, already has his, so... There's going to be those first 3 Void Grubs as well as the first Dragon going over to West Point, so at least for now, it is West Point that are winning. Although Chi-Chi is trading extremely heavily. Ching9 going to have to lose his cleanse as Handshake did connect from Enso there.
Yeah, actually losing these trades kind of unexpectedly, West Point.
That is an annoying sound.
Yeah. What was that, like a duck?
Something like that. Not the most mentally sane duck.
Meanwhile, Nilly having a pretty good time in the mid lane. Lane isn't, you know, too easy in the early game for the Silas.
Yeah, but it is just that classic abuse of second wind
D shield.
Yeah.
Merc treads as well. Just so hard to push him out of lane.
Even has a Maokai ult right now, so yeah, gonna use it, but Minji should be okay to get away.
I think it's just to clear the wave. it pretty much one-shot the wave, or at least got the entire wave to half, and he's able to clean it up with Q. I wonder how much he's really procced first strike this game.
It doesn't feel like it should have been a whole hell of a lot.
So it's going to be Roa on the Silas. That is what we're seeing most of the time. You can get very tanky on the Silas, and you should have plenty of damage on your team. So not needing to go for, you know, some super high damage build.
Well, interesting. Lakai once again is going to be opting into a Sunfire Cape this game.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's got anything to do with, I mean, he was up against Yone and now he's up against Aurelia and he's worried about the split push.
Yeah.
And so just getting that extra wave clear. Not that Cassante really lacks for it, especially once some armor and, or resistance, I should say, and health is online. But in any case, he is going to opt into this wave clear orientated build.
Yeah, I think it even makes more sense against the Irelia, just because ult
we're doing this again.
West Point spot lane.
Yeah, we're going to land onto Char. Flash, heal, both available. Land that Bramble Smash. But this time it is going to be those stacks cashed in. Chi-Chi. Nice heal. Flash and Relia. He's come down. He's looked for a kill, but the flash from Enso means there really is no follow-up able to be found. G9 also the one to be found there under that tower is...
Yeah, importantly, the kill going to Chi-Chi as well. Does cash out his stacks on the Draven.
I wonder how many stacks he had. It shouldn't have been too many.
No, with a death early on, it wouldn't have been, you know, a massive amount of stacks.
I would guess around 100 would be roughly my guess.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too out of line. Yeah. So unfortunately, Relia does blow his TP and his flash, doesn't really get anything out of that. And
Bridgevai coming through, Minji. He's very low. Renier trying to find the damage, but absolutely no way near will he have it.
Yeah. They end up trading jungle flash for mid flash. Nice engage by Nully. Nicely timed to push Minji into his rotating teammates. Chi-Chi has no... Oh, Cha has no E, rather.
And now he's been flashed on. He does have flash, but I mean, in the position he's in now, there's no point ever pressing that button. And Minji almost gets dove, but ends up being a kill in favor. It is, in the meanwhile, though, West Point looking for this dragon. Nully even teleporting down there to ensure they do secure it. Relia, in the meantime, is aware that he is very, very weak on this side of the map and is mostly not even coming close to this tower, although now he finally will. Void Grub's being picked up for J-Team.
Yeah, meanwhile, Lakai's, I think, picked up his 4th plate of the game in total. Going to be pretty massive on this Cassante. Not the easiest champ to kill for West Point's comp. Despite having a lot of damage dealers on their team, they're not all that good at dealing with the Cassante.
I'm not really seeing this Israel support pick justified at the moment.
No, not really. It didn't even look particularly good in the 2v2. They did get dived, but the dive even went their way.
Sure.
And to their credit a little bit, or in their defense, Renier should definitely have been pathing bot this game.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I mean, pathing towards the Aurelia usually is okay too, but the problem is you're never really going to be killing. Yeah. Oh, Chi-Chi going to be dodging out there off this ultimate from Aurelia. Oh my god, the flashback means the Whirling Death will connect. Char flashing forward, Chi-Chi. He's not afraid. Maybe he should be though, as Renier and Nully are in the area. Hostile takeover is going to land. It lands onto 2, and Nully is absolutely decimating his jungler in Renier. Once again, though, it is going to be Chi-Chi taken out. No bailout actually used here as Minji's looking for Nully. Won't land on that Emperor's Divide, but Nully just brings himself back anyway, and Minji will eventually find the kill. It is going to be the bailout now coming through. Char with the heal means he's not going to be taken down, and he will be able to find that return kill onto Nully eventually.
In the meantime, though, Lakai, once again, he's just getting more and more for himself as only one plate remains on this bottom side tower.
Yep.
The game kind of feels like it's at the 18-minute mark, but it's still only 13 minutes.
Yeah. Chi-Chi is massive on the Draven. He picked up a kill that fight, and it was a 250 cash out as well. So, gonna be a problem. He already is a bit of a problem. Irelia doesn't deal with Draven all that well. It's gonna be pretty squishy. As you're
The
gonna
side
see
step
here.
on this ult was really good. I think if you're
Yeah.
going to ult as Aurelia, you just ult immediately. I mean, Draven does have flash, but
Yeah. Does flash for fear of being hit by the Irelia stun. Doesn't want any shenanigans to happen, but his flash being down here means that he's pretty easy for Nully to pick up here. Nully lands a nice chain on the stunned Enso, and then follows up with the Renata ulti. Picks himself up a kill on Chi-Chi, who I'm surprised isn't a shutdown. I guess hasn't... Ooh. Minji barely misses the ult, and a nice chain onto Nully that I thought might go horribly, but he does die before Minji dies and procs the Renata W. So Cha is able to pick up the kill on Minji after Nully dies, so he can't res. So having to come out to save Cha here. You're fine doing that as the Kalista. I don't think you're ever sending this Ezreal into team fights.
yeah, no, for sure.
Not an engaged tool, really. Just peeling your Ezreal.
Herald started and secured as we do see the teleport coming in from Relia. Is he going to be able to find a good enough ult? Minji is going to be dashing away. Emperor's Divide available, but he's not used it as of yet. Flash not quite up here for the Azir, and he's just going to be eliminated from this fight. Lakai, though, he's gone all out, and Relia is so low, will be taken out. It's a 1-for-1. In fact, it's a 2-for-1. As on the bottom side of the fight, it is Renye eventually picking up that kill there onto Chi-Chi on this Draven. Nice hostile takeover means that Lakai, he will be able to escape from this situation despite being extremely low here on health points, and Char whittling away at his health even more so.
Yeah, Lakai in the middle of 4 people just manages to walk out. Frozen Heart, a ton of value this game, so I like that out of Lava. But you saw in that fight, Lakai going on to Relia, and there's a full HP Sylas with Relia while Lakai chases him around, and he just can't really do anything to stop him. As we're going to see, I was watching the Draven almost kill Cha down the bottom here, but he doesn't kill Cha, and his team actually gets engaged on. And so, having to walk around the Maokai ult coming from the Sylas. And Relia finds his way onto Minji, lands a nice stun, and the ult out of Minji is not enough to save him. Nully connects with the chain. And yeah, here Lakai is able to just go on Relia. Nully pretty much has to ignore Lakai. He is not the champion that can kill Lakai this game. And it really looked like Lakai was going to go down here, but Enso still has ult and manages to peel him. J-Team on the Dragon, so West Point won't be able to pick up the soul point.
Yeah, very important to stop, of course, this game. West Point are ahead in gold, but it does feel to me, at least, that really J-Team are the stronger out of the two.
Yeah, and J-Team definitely in control of the tempo of the game, as Relia's going to find himself in trouble under this tower.
As is evident by this, no sums, does have ult. Going to take a heroic outplay to find anything in this, and Minji's actually getting low. He's found his way somehow onto the Azir, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
Especially once that stun misses. There is no real way to take out Azir. Bailout available still for Enso, so.
Yeah, J-Team are going to go for a second tower in the bot lane. This will be a lot of gold onto Lava and Minji. They decide to back off it. They see West Point all rotating as Cha's on a bit of a flank on the
Nully's here.
Ezreal.
Putting up that shrine of Shurima.
Cha has to be careful here.
Nully's using his ult. Nice Nature's Grasp has stunned up the Sylas, and a fantastic Emperor's Divide onto 3. Is it going to matter? It's a double kill here for Renye on this Viego. Minji does answer back with 1 for himself. Nully going to be taken out there. Cha still, though, is in no man's land a little bit. Arcane Shift available. Flash also available, so
Yeah.
it does feel like he will be able to navigate some way out, although Flash use, Handshake does miss. Relia now
is going to be arriving, and with that chart, he's not going to be any more danger. Losing that summoner though, very important.
Yeah, I felt like maybe J-Team could have pushed for the tier 2 tower instead of chasing the Ezreal, and Minji and Lava kind of realized they're in trouble here and try back off. And they do a pretty good job defending against this dive. Cha lands some nice damage here, but it ends up not being enough. Nully just missing the chain there and gets rooted into tower range. Flashes to land a really nice ult, but Minji lands a nicer one. And you know, salvages this play as it might have just been 2 kills for free for West Point otherwise.
Yeah, as you said, did salvage the play. It's good to see though, West Point aren't just laying over and going down. They still are even in gold, up 1 dragon. I think the problem is they're really faltering when it comes to the team composition. I mean, you have no real front line, and especially how things are currently. This Aurelia is just getting eliminated.
Yeah, game is even, but that is not the plan when you pick Ezreal Kalista bot lane.
Yeah.
Irelia top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they just have the greatest skirmishing comp of all time. But
yeah,
only really finding those skirmishes off the back of teleports, and so when they're not up, what is going to be possible for them to do is not entirely sure. Minji on the bottom side, he does get Emperor's Divided, and Relia kiting around those Sand Soldiers is going to be able to actually find the solo kill. Noah's here going to be available for this play. Relia does have teleport, so this could quickly turn into a 4v5. Keep an eye on Relia.
Yeah.
He cancels his recall, sees there's no fight going to be happening. Opting now instead to push that bot wave out.
Yeah, both teams just get Maokai ulted, and it kind of means there's no play for either side to be made. Maokai ult's so good at just shutting down any action.
Baron though, there is a lot of damage. You have a Kalista, you have an Ezreal, a Viego.
Yeah, TP coming through, Minji as well.
Yeah, so this is going to be a 5v5, and West Point realize this and just get themselves off that Baron. Realize it's not really plausible.
And West Point have to be careful that J-Team don't hit the Baron. They're deciding to just push mid instead. They have a big wave here. Will they go for 2? Enso is in position for really nice.
Relia and Nully both up top side though. All we need to do is slow down this push. We're actually going to force out the recall, at least of Enso. We need to find another recall for sure, because Enso cannot stop this push.
Yeah.
Inhib tower now starting to be attacked, and it should be just taken out very quickly. The help of that Void, those Void grubs. Enso does make it back, but the rest of the team scrambling to try and find a recall. We've got to block now. We've got to block these skill shots. Char, he's going to be very, very capable of stopping recalls. Minji does get cancelled once again. And Inhibitor.
Yeah, 6 seconds on Dragon.
On the top side.
TP is up for Nully, but not Relia, so it's probably going to be the Dragon going over to J-Team. West Point started up, though. And
I think
I kind of would have liked them leaving Nully in the top lane. He does still have TP, so he could have threatened a Nexus tower there, maybe.
Yeah, J-Team do manage to somehow, in this scenario, pick themselves up the Dragon. But I agree, I think, honestly, you see Enso's backed. Even just keeping, Nully, as you said, up there. Okay.
So Relia starts this fight on just 20% HP. Minji lands everything, but Irelia somehow surviving and taking him out. And they go for a Baron off of that. They go for a Baron off of that, but it doesn't quite work out. They do end up getting an inhib, honestly, so maybe it did work out. So that was a very long sequence, actually. It started with a dragon fight after the kill. Started with the solo kill bot into a bit of a contest in mid, into an attempted Baron from West Point. Two mid towers taken by J-Team while the Sylas and Irelia split push and take an inhib in the top lane. And then eventually Dragon for J-Team.
Yeah, I think really smartly played by West Point to find that angle to look for something on the top side. The minion wave was crashing, so I was like, well, let's go up here and get some work done.
And honestly, with the inhib down, paradoxically, it's going to put pressure on West Point to do something now with the inhib down, because that is a lane they will not get to farm for the next 5 minutes. They're just down an entire lane of creeps.
Nature's Grass coming through. It's going to be everyone jumping here onto Rally. He does flash away. He does manage to get his ultimate out, but it's kind of just being used for that slow. And Rally are trying to teamfight without ultimate never feels very good, at least J-Team. They do get a bit of pressure off in regards to any attempts of this Baron.
Yeah, massive wave in the top lane for West Point. I don't think they're going to be able to really do anything with it.
It does allow them to recall, which is something, especially when you are sort of, I don't know, struggling.
Yeah.
You're ahead, but it doesn't really feel like it outside of this inhib going down.
Yeah, Minji's going to pull massively ahead in CS. Already picked up a couple waves off of this inhib. And he's going to be picking up a lot more unless West Point can do something to drag him out of that lane.
Sure, vision now being denied around this Baron. Minji gets another wave pushed on in.
Yeah.
Char, he's going to be forced to flash as Chi-Chi just runs at him with that Youmu's active.
So Ezreal not going to be missing his flash too much. Minji is TPing mid.
Found her way once again onto Relia. Relia does not have her ultimate up, and Makai is just going to keep this Relia stunned up for long enough for them to go down. Minji teleporting into this fight, claiming himself at least the first kill. It seems though that West Point realize that this doesn't feel particularly winning unless Char can land some very important poke beforehand. It is 4v5, but Lava pretty low. There's a bit of health back there from auto-attacking that minion.
They do kill the mid wave, and Lily's run up to top.
Knock-up just randomly lands onto Char, and that's going to force out the Fate's Call. Now, importantly, of course, the Fate's Call, not the most impactful ultimate this game. It really is only ever going to be used as a safety net for the Ezreal, so...
And West Point should definitely walk at this Baron right now. As they've got J-Team pretty split up. Maybe a little late on the Baron start.
Lalva's still yet to recall. Once again, does get a bit of health back every time he has his passive up and auto attacks anything.
That's going to be Baron.
Yeah, maybe so. Lalva arriving, True Shot Barrage comes through, does connect onto the Maokai. This Baron is so low. Lalva's just walked in, claimed the Baron. Another steal here in the PCS. And J-Team, they just walk on in and claim what's rightfully theirs.
Yeah,
Makai,
no
though, he's in trouble. Trying to get that redemption for a bit of health back. Renye Nuli, they're on hot pursuit, and someone has to recall. Minji's going to be nominated as that man. Makai, he's surviving. He's trying to find a way to clear out this minion wave. Won't be able to do so. Recalls now coming through here for the side of West Point as you realize someone's going to have to come back and defend these minion waves, and Baron buff against the low wave clear of this Aurelia and Callista will not do.
Yeah, it's nice for West Point to get that pick off onto Lakai, as J-Team were trying to siege mid, and you know they'll have to cancel that siege in a 4v5. But you see the CS, Nuli falling behind pretty far in CS because he doesn't have a lane to farm for, you know, about 5 minutes, but they will pick up a dragon. You honestly would have liked to pick up 2 dragons with the inhib top down, but they do get this one. And it's going to put them on soul point. Not the strongest soul, but still definitely going to help out, especially with such a high damage comp.
Chi-Chi struggling to find any real impact here in the mid and as we head into the late game on this Draven. It is very hard, of course. You are just outranged by the Ezreal, who is constantly hitting you with Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot, and honestly, the rest of the team feels very scary to ever want to get into auto attack range of this Aurelia.
Now, I am not a Draven main, but Tyler1 is, and he says Hubris sucks. Maybe Tyler1 isn't the person I should be getting my advice from, but who else plays Draven?
No one. I think he's the little only person in the world.
Yeah. I get the lethality Draven, definitely. This is a great game to be a lethality Draven, as you know, no one's building armor on the side of West Point. Maybe a bit of armor here or there.
I mean, yeah, just only the boots, the plated steel caps.
Yeah, I think the problem with Hubris is you do really need to find the first kill.
Yeah.
To, you know, make use of it.
And you also just don't get that many kills in a pro game. But
Yeah. Flash on
found our way onto
Minji.
Minji. He manages to get that shifting sands and gets himself to safety. I thought he was done for there. But instead, it's going to be his bot inhib picked up from Minji's team. Teleport coming through. Nully is going to be on a flank. Teleport is going to be the answer here for Minji. Minion waves pushing in. Berserk will go Relia on the Irelia. Now Lalva, he's trying to kite. He's trying to let his team survive. Nully, once again, he's looking for an angle here on the side. Does not have that hijack available for himself. True Shot Barrage just goes wide. Headed off to the Twisted Tree line.
Yeah, it looked like it might be something for West Point there, with Nully finding a really good angle for his stolen Maokai ult. They unfortunately don't manage to get very much except flashes out of the J-Team bot lane. Minji having to burn his flash earlier when Renier flashed onto him. So Baron should be up again in about a minute, I think. Maybe just over a minute.
It looks like Chi-Chi going to get Sherelda's as his 4th item. 3 items is completed here for Ching9 on the Callista. Relia kind of being the main player suffering in this game.
Yeah, just getting flashed on by Maokai and maybe just overgrouping a little bit. I don't know if he's really going to have any kill pressure on Cassante anymore.
Yeah, it does feel awfully hard. I think, honestly, if for some reason Lakai gives him the time to, he will win out in the 1v1. Almost certainly.
And there is a lot of armor on that guy.
Yeah. The only magic resist coming through on that Jack show is just a Negatron cloak basically worth of armor.
Yeah.
A little bit more. Plus you get that 30% bonus if you're in combat for, I believe it's 5 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, J-Team kind of in control of the map, but Nully is...
Stand aside, won't connect.
Yeah, Nully is getting a good shove, and that's
really
a big
annoying.
chunk. Oh, he's going...
Horizon Focus.
Horizon Focus, okay.
1 minute now. Possible Soul, but Baron is spawning at the same time. So, I mean, I actually honestly think either team can just choose the Baron. I don't think you really care about King Tech Soul that much. Of course you don't want to give it over, but if you get the Baron, you are very close to winning this game. You're one team fight away. And, you know, getting a few more of these structures down feels pretty good in that scenario.
Yeah. And I don't think if you're West Point, you're willing to trade Baron for Soul. I don't think the Soul does enough to justify the suffering you will be doing into a Baron dub J team. So I like Cha playing aggressively for poke here, just because he does always have the Callista ult to bait him out, to bail him out.
Scar's coming through. Lakai, he's found a flank! He's found both these AD carries! 2 eliminated immediately! So many stacks built up from Chi-Chi means the execute on that Whirling Death is immense, and they are going to be able to secure that one for themselves. 7 seconds now left on this Baron. Relia, though, he's staying in the top side. He's staying there, trying to get down this inner turret. Lakai going to match him as we speak. In fact, going unstoppable. Pathmaker going to be used, and Relia is just taken out.
Yeah, definitely can't dive the Cassante. Probably can't even hit the tower in his face, really. Renier is going to try clear out the mid wave, but J-Team are probably just going for a Baron. They might try shove mid.
MG, no flash available.
I mean, most of West Point are up at the moment. They can maybe get the mid inhib, which will be a second inhib, and almost, you know, guarantee the Baron. They are going to the Baron now.
Soul point, of course, now for both teams.
Yep. So this Baron is going down very quickly. Renier is here though. We'll see if he can get revenge.
He can't. Lava 2 for 2 on the Barons in this game. Nature's Grass once again will be coming up, but it's matched. There's two of them. Lakai, he's found his way onto Ching9 again, and he's just eliminated. Minji being able to close so much distance on this Azir. It's 3 members of West Point taken out in very quick succession, and now Relia and Char with it all to do. Redemption comes through, making sure everyone is full up on health.
Yeah.
And what can you do when you can sit idly by? No one here has any wave clear. It's all 4 members of J Team that are up, making their job a little easier, giving themselves a little bit more confidence. Nexus Tower number 1 will be going down. Relia clearing out that bot wave as the inhib will spawn down there. Of course, mid is the real problem. Pathmaker used, all out coming through. Relia though, he's not convinced. He's still looking for something here. It's in fact him that's getting low. Flash forward, Emperor's Divide is good. The Emperor's Divide in return is not going to find much. Ching9 responds just to go back to a grey screen, and Char will use his E back as his Nexus gets felled, and it's going to be J Team and 2 games. I was going to say relatively easy games, but that second one was looking dicey at times, but they do get it done. Lalva, the hero of that one, a Baron Steal and a Baron Secure, means that J Team will get that 2-0 in their final game of the regular season.
Yeah, and definitely not as clean in the second game for J Team, but in their defense, they're playing against an Ezreal support and an Irelia top, so you know, maybe just caught them off guard. They weren't quite sure how to play the map, and even Silas is a bit of an unorthodox pick at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, West Point, they were ahead for the majority of that game. In terms of gold, at least. I mean, even in terms of Dragons, they started the game 2-0 up, got the first 3 Void Grubs, and things were looking pretty good for them. I mean, where did it really go wrong in that one? I'm trying to think back. Obviously, Draven cashing in his stacks. That never feels good.
Yeah. Yeah, the bot lane, I mean, they were ahead, but they weren't ahead enough that they were winning.
Yeah.
Just based off of the comps.
Yeah.
So I think, honestly, the early game is where it went wrong. I think Renier just can't path top this game.
That's true.
It makes sense to play around the Irelia. Usually when you see a pick like the Irelia, you can expect everyone to be in that lane, supports, junglers, mids, because there is just always going to be a lot of fighting in an Irelia lane. But when the bot lane matchups are this volatile, when there's a Draven, when there's an Ezreal support, and a Kalista even, there are just so many early game priority picks in the bot lane that whoever wins the bot lane is just going to be in such a good spot this game. And if you're West Point, you need to crush the bot lane because you have an Ezreal support who's not going to be doing nearly as much as a Renata throughout the game.
In the team fight, at least.
Yeah.
I think another problem that West Point kind of faced is that there was not really all that much poke actually landing prior to a team fight from this Ezreal, and I think when you're at the point of the game that you were, he's actually outranging, obviously, the Draven. He outranges the Azir for the most part.
Yeah.
You can try and land this poke, and if you are hitting the True Shot Barrages, the Mystic Shots, the Essence Fluxes, you're going to be able to start this fight at a positive sort of state where you are just with a health advantage. Oftentimes we saw Nuli and Rally actually finding really good angles coming in from the back, trying to find their way onto Chi-Chi, trying to find their way onto these squishier members.
Yeah.
But because there was no health advantage, Lakai ultimately, alongside Lalva, we're just finding too much damage in return. Minji being able to just close the gap entirely to find everything he needs, as well as sort of the hostile takeover to deny any further follow-up on the other side, meant that you didn't have enough health advantage to get the team fight wins. And so despite the gold lead, and honestly, it should have been a terrible start for their bot lane. They salvaged it by the dive going pear-shaped and picking up the first blood. And I think at that stage, the games need to go better. But like, everyone's full health here.
This was the game just over. I think West Point were still in it with a shot if they do get the soul, but Lakai finds this flank and just instantly 2 kills go the way of J-Team, and Dragon is coming up, Baron is coming up. It's a disaster at that point, as Cha actually did the most damage on his team.
Yeah, not overly surprising, because he's the one that can hit the entire time. Yeah, again, he can just constantly throw out abilities and be hitting people.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem for him finding impactful poke this game was just there was a 3 armor item Cassante and a Maokai with Frozen Heart just standing there, kind of just eating his poke. It wasn't really ever going to be impactful onto the Cassante.
Yeah. And he was building AP, which
mind you, is
Yeah.
more important for his W as well as his ult.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is hard to just make any real headspace when when those are the two champions you're hitting.
Yeah, and West Point, I really am maybe grouping a little too much that game. Just allowed Lakai to play to his strengths as the Cassante in this matchup and just stand in front of his team and tank for the Azir and the Draven.
Yeah, and I think a bit of a slip up when they managed to get that top lane inhib through superior macro gameplay.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think Nuli should just stay up there because if Minji has to stay and answer and you get the first choice to TP as the Sylas, that team fight around Dragon might look a whole lot different. And mind you, they were only one Dragon away from getting that soul at the end.
Yeah.
It is going to be Enso actually picking up that MVP. Not too surprised. He had some really, really solid Renata ults throughout that game, which honestly turned a lot of those fights. I think the other member I would perhaps think about giving it to, probably Minji. I mean, Minji or Lava. I don't really think Lakai did a whole lot.
I mean, he found a good flank.
Died quite a few times. I think, yeah, the dive to start, and then the second dive that actually did win, did net them a kill, maybe is worth it, but I think Enso was just the most solid player in general.
Yeah, in what should have been a very difficult lane, he did quite well. So 3-man Irelia ult lands here, and this Renata ult just shuts down this team fight completely, lands onto every member of West Point except Nuli, and just means that there's not much of an opportunity to follow up on Nuli's Maokai ultimate. As he's already used it at this point. It was matched by the Renata ult.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say.
Just a bit
pretty
of a
clean Renata ults, and
yeah.
that could have been disastrous, I suppose, if not for the Renata ult, because again, Nuli found a good teleport. Rally got the slow, but it was pretty much any follow-up denied because of that Renata ult. So.
Yeah, and that's why there was so much pressure on West Point's bot lane in the early game to get something done, just because Renata has so much impact. She's a strong laner, and then out of lane, she has so much impact on team fights. She can just win you a game, or in that case, save you from a disastrous team fight. Yeah, I mean, not too much. It is a little concerning for J-Team. That second game probably should have been a lot cleaner.
Yeah.
As we are going to go to the interview with Betty and Enso.
Yeah, please enjoy. Hello.
请恩硕先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 J Team 的辅助选手 Enso。
Congratulations on your win against WP today. How do you feel after you guys won? 恭喜你们顺利的击败 WP， 获得今天比赛的胜利。想问一下你现在心情如何？
今天能拿下胜利也是非常开心嘛。那因为在我回来比赛之前的成绩相对也没有到那么的顺利，那能顺利拿下这场比赛也是非常开心的。
I'm really happy that we were able to win today because before I joined the team, our team's performance wasn't that good. But so today we won the team, and so I'm really happy about the result. So your team won the first game really fast. What do you think helped you guys win the game so fast? 你们第一局非常快速的赢下比赛，想问一下，你觉得你们为什么能够那么快速的赢下第一局的比赛呢？
第一局的比赛一部分是因为我们队也没有犯到太多的失误嘛，然后加上对手也给蛮多机会，那我们都有把握住这些机会，所以很顺利的在游戏没有到很后期的时候就拿下这场比赛。
So first of all, we didn't make that much mistakes in the first game, and also because our opponent gave us a lot of chances, and we were able to win the game not in the late game, but in the middle and in the early game. So I think I'm really happy that we were able to win that game that fast. So after you joined JT, JT's performance has been improving. What do you think you contributed the most to JT? 你回归 JT 之后 ，JT 的表现也越来越稳定。你觉得你自己对队伍最大的帮助是什么？
对队伍最大帮助应该是因为我跟我们的中路跟打野选手是去年就有磨合过1年嘛，所以默契跟沟通上面也是比较顺利一点的。对，那至于上路跟 AD 选手，因为是刚第一次跟他们配，所以比较没有那么的熟。那只要我跟中野的沟通是 OK 的，那我觉得在对整体游戏比赛来讲也会比较好联动，所以这也是我们比赛跟训练赛都比较好 发挥的时候。对。
So I'm very familiar with our mid and jungle because we played together a year before this. Even though I'm not that familiar with top and AD because they joined later, I was able to communicate very well with the team's mid and jungle players. So that's why I think our team are able to get better and better over the past few weeks after I rejoined. So today's game was the last game you played this season. How do you feel about your own performance and your team's performance this season? 今天是你们本赛季的最后一战，想问一下，你认为本赛季你的表现跟队伍的表现如何？
本赛季的表现，因为也上的场数没有到那么多嘛，那我们还是有很大的一个进步空间。那相对我自己跟团队的失误也有很大的空间可以做修改。那在今天最后一场比赛也是比较明显的犯了比较多次，这就是我们需要再改进一点的地方。对。
So I think because I didn't play that many games this season, so I think our team has a lot of room for improvements in making mistakes and in other aspects. So today we won the game. I'm still really happy, but we still have a lot of room for improvements for games that are following today's game. So next week, after a short break, you will be going to playoffs. This year, there will be teams from LCO and LJL. What is your goal for playoffs? 下周稍微休息之后就要打季后赛了。今年会有来自 LCO 跟 LJL 的队伍加入我们比赛，你的目标是什么呢？
能跟其他赛区比赛，那目标一定都会是想要拿到冠军嘛。那其实我还是得理性分析队伍的状况嘛。那我们现在最好的目标就是能先进入前10，这样就好。对，那我们就是一步一步来，然后能顺利拿下冠军是我们最后的目标。对。
So this year there will be team from other regions joining the team. Of course, we all want to win championship, but I think more realistically, we have to prepare a lot and maybe make the top 10 first, and then think about championship. So, do you have anything you want to say to fans? 有没有什么话想要对粉丝们说的？
想对粉丝们说，就是很谢谢大家，都是可以支持这一 team， 不管是对选手的更换，还是说比赛的表现。那接下来我们还有很大的时间可以做调整，那我们也会拿出相对应的表现来赢下其他队伍的。那也希望粉丝们也可以继续支持这 team。
So thank you for supporting JT with all the changes with the players and all the things that happen. We still have some time for improvements, and we're going to work really hard and show you good performances in the playoffs and the following games. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for your game today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢恩硕选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的秋伟跟 Section.
Well, thank you for the interview. I think the most intriguing response there is like, what's your goal for the playoffs? And his response was, well, I mean, he wants to win the championship, but more realistically, to improve and make top 10. There's only 11 teams.
There are 11 teams. So,
there's 11 teams.
I mean, that's fair enough.
So
one step at a time maybe is his approach.
Yeah.
You know, maybe he feels like they might be at risk of being the 11th team in the playoffs, so
maybe
wants to step up.
Just wants to beat one team.
Yeah.
I think they can aim a little higher.
Yeah.
And I guess like a little bit of bias and why I'm saying that is just because we've seen so much success out of, as he mentioned, the core that is the Minji, the Lalva, and the Enso. Last year, phenomenal year in the summer.
Yeah.
They finished regular season, I believe, second after only PSG. So I think they can aim a bit higher than that. I honestly think Lakai looking really, really good at the moment. Wow, this entire split since he's joined, really. And definitely no slouch in Chi-Chi now, I don't think, but maybe some strengths, maybe some weaknesses, but certainly can aim higher than top 10, at least in my opinion. But series number 1, done and dusted. That's all we are going to see from West Point here in the PCS Spring, so we can say goodbye to them and hopefully see them again in the summer. But once we are back, we'll also see Halpigs in their last run here of Spring as well, going up against DCG.
you gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me see. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh, we came to party. Ooh la la, eh, we came to party. Ooh la la, eh, we came to party. We like to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me see. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la,
much to lose, like too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, like too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
We're back. Series number 2.
Yeah.
Check your mic. Oh, I heard you. We're good. We're good. Everything functional. Game number 2, or series number 2 ahead of us. Hoping to see a Rengar, I think, is the name of this series, because, again, nothing in this series can matter for standings. I mean, theoretically, if DCG lose, they will be even in wins and losses with J-Team, but still ahead in game difference, so they will be getting that 5th spot. But yeah, Rengar. I mean, we've seen it banned against Hell Pigs consistently from game number 1 to up until now.
Yeah, we've seen it. Yeah, we've been seeing it banned all split. We've been waiting for it all split.
We thought yesterday maybe, or not yesterday, last week.
Yeah.
But this truly will be the last opportunity we have to see it. And I just hope so much that we finally get to see it, because I want to see what all the fuss is about.
Yeah.
Why is this guy's Rengar just so giga perma banned?
Yeah, whether they're up against PSG or West Point.
Oh, Prage's going to get to
perma-banned.
Play in the 1v1 up against Taco.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he's starting, right?
No, it doesn't.
You can use your subs in the 1v1.
Yeah, West Point doing it a number of times. Solo killing game, I mean, Prage has only played, I think it was 2 games? 3 games?
Yeah, hard to get a solo kill on ADC anyway, so a bit unfair of a comparison.
That's right. There he is. Oh, he's in studio. Oh, no. Yeah, he is in studio. So I think Prage might be playing.
Yeah, could be.
Obviously, 1v1s. Oh, no ban into the Rengar ban.
And it's Prage banning Rengar, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense if you're going to pick an ADC, don't want to be against Rengar.
I like how DCG always have their manager in the back, giving them the support.
Yeah.
Prage, he doesn't have the support. Should just be an easy win for Taco and such. Look at the support for Taco.
Yeah, I think is that Orca?
That is Orca. See a little Orca back there.
Yeah, usually Orca taking care of the 1v1.
Yeah, it's either Taco or Orca every time. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen anyone else.
Orca.
Do we think we're going to see 17 unique champions from Chris Carter by the end of the split series?
Wait, you think he'll get 2 more in?
Yeah, there's
Could
Ari.
be 18.
Ari, Victor, Syndra. I mean, not particularly in meta right now, but
yeah,
you know, those have always been mid lane champs. Taco. Oh, well, Prage actually finding a pretty good return considering.
Yeah. No Ignite now on the Garen. Conquer fully stacked for Prage.
Not actually that easy on AD carry. I mean, especially this early on where your cooldown, and wow, okay, he still has that Conqueror stacked.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's going to dissipate now.
Conqueror on Taco makes sense to me. I don't think there's any other standout Garen rune really. Usually it's, engage from Prage here.
Oh, he gets it! Wait, Chris Carter and Orca very, very happy with how this 1v1's going for Prage.
Yeah, he's got...
Wait, you guys are supporting the wrong guy!
Yeah, I thought he had fans back there. Just villains behind him.
We thought that Prage had no support, but we were pretty wrong.
No, Prage has got a strong fan base in the DCG house.
Yeah. Only the manager, I believe her name's Giggle. I've seen her on Instagram.
Okay.
I think her name's Giggle.
Yeah, maybe.
Only Giggle remaining strong with Taco there.
Yeah, maybe Taco's only fan.
Not applauding for him just getting eliminated.
Chris Carter and Orca just jump ship immediately as soon as their top laner goes down. Garen was a bit of an outrageous pick to begin with.
Yeah, especially against an AD carry player.
Yeah.
When Garen typically sort of later on in the game, pretty good against AD carries, but
yeah,
I mean, we see most of the time he goes for that phase rush.
Oh lord.
Because it lets you stick onto the AD carry better.
I mean, Taco leveling up to 6 there, maybe scared Prage off a bit. He does have an Ignite advantage right now. But I think on the Garen, you want your Flash and Ignite up at the same time. If you're going to have any hope of killing this Ezreal.
Taco's distraught.
Just writhing in pain in the camera.
Right. What is going on? You okay, pal?
Probably his biggest haters in the back just prodding him. So We are just assuming Prage is gonna be winning this one.
It does seem that way. Maybe I need to support Taco, considering all the enemies he has.
Yeah, definitely.
Woohoo! Go Taco! Do you know the main quarrel I have with Taco? Do you want to know it?
Yeah.
Guess it dates back. No. I love that.
Okay.
You know, that spices things up. It dates back to spring of last year.
Yeah.
And he was on Halpigs back then. And his name was Taco, you know, with a C, as it is now. And his jungle's name. Do you want to guess it?
Taco with a K?
It was. And so, you know, being the person that casts these games...
Yeah. How did you identify them?
They were just Taco.
Just
Both
Taco
of them
and
were
Taco.
just Taco.
Jungle Taco. Top lane
Maybe
Taco.
we could have called one, thinking back on it, Takeo.
Takeo, yeah.
Yeah.
2 levels down now on the Garen is Taco.
Yeah, and
Flash
2
and
plates
Ignite
down.
up.
I mean, he's either losing dying or he's losing his tower.
All right, here we
Flash
go.
available. He's actually going to find a kill here, I believe.
Yeah, that's a go.
Oh, Prage getting his flash off.
Oh.
Martian Judgment. Oh, we have a 1v1 on it. What? They're now applauding him. They are actually just the biggest turnships of all time.
Yeah, just on a whim, switching sides. Are Kriskata and Orca.
Maybe Kriskata can pull out the Garen.
Yeah. Yeah. Garen mid, it probably has a good matchup. Somewhere in the mid lane.
Last year we saw a Phelios mid.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It actually did alright. That was Halpigs as well.
Okay.
Halpigs be getting creative.
Yeah, and yeah, second Zeal power spike for Taco here.
Yeah. I think
this is a familiar build.
That's right.
Not for good reasons.
What?
He does have the wrong boots. Very strong New Zillion build.
Rammus. He named him there
Yeah,
too.
Rammus.
Picker him even occasionally.
Yeah, nice to pair it with the Ghost usually. Cleanse so you don't get locked up.
Oceanian solo queue. I mean, I think it's just worldwide solo queue. You know, my favorite thing I've had in solo queue before?
What?
Master Yi support.
Oh yeah, it popped off too.
It popped off completely. This is the Hail of Blades Master Yi support collector rush. You know, the classic. Just one-shotting absolutely everybody.
Master Yi is a terror in solo queue.
Honestly, me saying that makes it sound like I'm just playing an iron with people, you know, just learning the game.
No, this was in Master, right?
Yeah. The Master Tier solo queue game with Master Yi support. I got it twice. I got the same guy twice. He played Master Yi support both games.
And you played a couple games against LB support.
Yeah, LB support.
Today.
That was today's adventures. I think that in general there's probably more credence to the LB support, I would have thought, but
You know who isn't?
oh, Taco looking again. Doesn't have flash this time, but he does just pick up the 1v1 win. We were wrong.
Okay. Okay, I thought Prage had it.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, turn it around.
yeah, and won the fans over in the background too.
Yeah. Yeah, got those absolute haters in the background to
I mean, not
finally cheer him on.
Not to read into it too much, but they seemed more excited when Prage took him down.
They did. They did. Oh. Prage is not
hands
looking
in his
happy.
head. Cannot
Disaster.
believe it.
He had it all.
Yeah.
He was in control, unfortunately.
Yeah, it just fell apart. That Garen moved too fast, crit too often.
It happens. I mean, I'm a big proponent of Howling Abyss crit Garen. That's actually my go-to ARAM build.
Oh,
and if I see
right,
Garen, I just immediately take that champ.
I have been victimized by that. By you.
What? I got 30 kills.
30?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that. Probably because they were all focusing me.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to the game. It is Prage playing. Now, Kazma, will he get that Rengar?
Yeah,
we certainly
we'll
hope
see.
so. Honestly, Halpigs, again, they're one of the more creative draft teams. They do come up with some stuff. We've seen Cassidy picked up against CFO, and it honestly looked pretty good. They weren't able to get the win game kind of ending out too early, but it wasn't because of the Cassidy a lot. It was kind of the pieces around the map falling. I remember the bot lane got absolutely crushed that game, as a lot have been, by the way, to Shun and Sword Art. But honestly, they do get creative. They've played some LeBlanc, some Akali.
Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs has been pulled out in the bot lane. That was God JJ, so probably less likely to see it with Prage, I do imagine. Pyke as well looked horrendous, but was picked.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Pyke into Ashe, was it?
No, the Pyke was into Callista Renata.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, didn't look so strong.
Yeah.
On the other side, though, it is Taco, 665, and the player that's played that many champions in the mid lane, Cascada. And then Titan Orca, of course, down bot. Orca, in his most recent interview, telling us that he is now the carry of DCG, so they're not going to lose again. And so far, they haven't.
Yeah.
Staying true to his words.
Yeah, they've been putting Tide on the center a lot and picking Maokai and Hui for
Hui has
Orca.
been the most recent one. He did play a Bard game, which looked really, really solid.
Yeah.
I mean, Cascada as well. He's played an Echo game recently into Hui in the mid lane, and honestly, that looked really good as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this team just gets really creative. They pick things and then just swap all their pieces around.
Yeah, so Cascada wasn't completely trolling. The Echo has been picking up a bit in solo queue. You go for like an E-start Echo with Electrocute.
Oh my, Cascada is just the king.
Yeah, high
Wait,
damage per minute.
Xingbai's at 12, just you know, sneakily.
Yeah, just quietly keeping up. He does have the opportunity, if this goes to 3 and Cascada doesn't play any new champs, to tie that score up.
Oh, maybe that's what Hellpigs are playing for.
Yeah.
Xingbai's champions played. Seems like a weird thing to play for, but
yeah,
it's going to be hard for Cascada to find a champion that he hasn't played.
Has he played Corki?
I don't think so, no. No, Corki remains, but that's a very weak laner. And it kind of is only a pick most of the time into Azir. Do I think Xingbai is going to play Azir? I don't think so at all.
No, it's not really his style, right? He seems to like the assassins,
likes
LB.
fighting.
He looked his best on LB on... there was one weird pick. I think maybe Silas, but that's not the pick I was thinking of.
I think it was a Kali and LB.
Kassadin. He looked pretty good on Kassadin.
Yeah, he did look
too.
good on Kassadin.
Yeah.
Cinnaband. Ringa. No! What a disaster!
First ban, they don't even let us get our hopes up. Just immediately shut it down, DCG.
I already got my hopes up before the game.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Looks like we might have something a little bit more standard. Although, when it comes to DCG, not really any of their drafts strike you as particularly standard. We'll see what they're looking for. If Lee Sin's locked in first for them, then that means they are going to be trying to win, because 665 has looked incredible on the Lee Sin.
Yeah. Against PSG even, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone's let him have it. I mean, they've only played J-Team since, I think.
He did get one more game on it. I don't remember who it was against. They've played J-Team as well as
West Point.
But he did get it one of the series. I think it was against J-Team he did get it. Winning that series.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Maybe something to look out for.
So,
Hellpigs do have first pick, though, so if they think there's going to be high priority on Lee, they can take it. But Smolder will be the immediate lock-in.
Smolder picked while Ashe available. TF also available. TF pretty much ignored last series.
Yeah.
But is a very strong pick and a 3-way flex.
Which is like the most scary thing, right? There's not many champions that are 3-way flexes. I mean, Gragas strikes me as the one that was most recently a 3-way flex, where you could play him top, jungle, or mid. But even then, he kind of never got played mid all that much. It was just an option. Hui going to be locked in here, so most likely we'll go to Cascada, seeing as the Senna is banned. But you can just play Hui as a support if you so choose to.
Yeah.
Loses a bit of power by the fact that it doesn't get quite the same amount of gold income.
Yeah.
But we'll see what they choose to do with this Hui.
Has plenty of utility in his kit.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, that has looked a lot better as the carry with a Senna rather than a pure support Hui.
Okay, we get a Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy, a very good pick into Vi. Able to punish Vi's early game and shut down some of her engages later on into the game.
Yeah, I think maybe. I'm not entirely sure about this, and it's always going to be situational, but it might even be better that Vi, you know, probably going to be ulting the Smolder, and then you just sit right next to the Smolder with Steadfast Presence on, and Vi can no longer Q or have any way out. Maokai the lock-in, probably support, but in theory, could go jungle,
I think
could go top. Poppy could go jungle or top.
Yeah, true. Poppy is a top lane flex. We've seen it into, I think, Cassante recently in the LCO, actually. But to me, the configuration that makes the most sense is the Maokai support and the Poppy jungle.
Yeah,
so
I
it is
agree.
nice to have the option to flex both
I mean, in
these
theory,
champs.
Smolder can be going mid too, so
Yeah.
it would be Xingbai adding his 13th champion to the pool if it does.
Yeah, Cascada not adding to his champion pool this game.
Well, it could be.
Well, yeah.
Look, this is a first
Red
pick
side DCG.
mid laner in quotations.
Yeah.
This could be going anywhere. This could be tacos for all I know.
Yeah, red side DCG, very dangerous. Helpix, I think, wisely ban away the Ashe.
Yeah, you do not want Ashe Varus against the Smolder.
Yeah, especially if it's going to be Smolder Maokai. You are just going to get demolished in that lane.
So Talia banned. Perhaps thinking of things that can match the wave clear and better roaming than the way. TF going to be banned here by DCG. Not willing to give that one over in either the mid or the top lane.
Darius ban from Helpix probably signals they'll be picking the Cassante or Udyr. That does give DCG the option to just take the Cassante here.
Or just the Aatrox. Oh, or the Cassante. Or the Jace. Don't think it'll be Jace. Yep,
like they will go
Aatrox
for the
again for
Aatrox,
Taco.
yeah.
I do hope to see the Profane Hydra. It has
Yeah.
just looked like the stronger of the two builds. I'm sure if we had a stat for win rate of Aatrox in the PCS with Profane and with Sundered Sky, the Profane Hydra would be a lot higher.
Yeah, I've only seen the Sundered Sky build win once, I think, when Aja was playing it.
Yeah. Okay. LeBlanc logged in here for Xingbai.
Yeah. This Hui could be in trouble in the mid lane, assuming it will be a Poppy jungle.
Okay.
Okay.
Win into Aatrox. Something we've seen before. And honestly, to varying success. This would mean one of...
Oh, Cascada has played this as a counter to the LeBlanc before, and yeah, they lock it in. So it's going to be Cascada probably on the Kai'Sa mid, and Orca on the Hui support.
Hold your horses. Oh, there we go.
Nice little bait and switch. Cascada had an incredible game.
Yeah, dropped a tactical nuke.
Yeah.
It was like 13-2 by the end, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was against a strong team. It was against Beyond.
Yeah, no, it was an incredible showing from Cascada in that game.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, this guy just spent an entire year playing AD carry in the PCS, so he's going to know how to play the AD carries. And it just so happens that one of the easiest champs to lane into LeBlanc with is actually just this Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Because, obviously, the reasoning being, if the LeBlanc ever uses Distortion to jump into you, and there aren't minions around, you're able to get both the Void Seeker and a Q off, which will be isolated, so it does even more damage onto this LeBlanc, and 9 times out of 10, as long as you're not very far behind, that will be more damage than a combo coming out of LeBlanc. And so that means you've won a trade, a short trade against LeBlanc, which not many champions can say, as well as you just end up getting to the point in the game where you are hitting people for 500 to 1,000 damage with these Void Seekers from well beyond LeBlanc's range.
Yeah, and he paired up really nicely with 665 in that game.
Yeah.
On the Vi as well, just to follow up any kills. And, you know, Smolder might be, you know, Prage might be in a lot of trouble on the Smolder with the Vi ulting him and a Kai'Sa ult to follow up.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember back to last year's metas, but there was a point, honestly, it was pretty much the entirety of the summer split, where the PCS teams really, really enjoyed playing poke comps just because they were strong. I mean, they were being played internationally as well.
Yeah.
But there was almost no success found by pairing things like the Jace and the Varus together. But what was very, very successful was the AP Kai'Sa in the bot lane while paired with the Jace in the mid lane. Because it meant you had mixed damage. Kai'Sa has poke, but also will do substantial amounts of DPS.
Yeah.
And so it's just more flexible. And yeah, the PCS team's found a lot of success with it. As I say that though, Cascada's being found. He is going to be forced to flash, but importantly, he does not go down.
Yeah, and there's an opportunity for a similar kind of idea here with the Varus and
yes,
the
exactly.
Kai'Sa.
That's what I was getting to is PCS teams, I mean, Tide played in the PCS last split. Everyone, actually, on DCG did. And so they're all going to be very, very comfortable and very familiar with the idea that this comp does have. Orca, again, going to be showing us his way. He's looked good on it thus far, and it's going to be exciting to see it once again.
Yep.
He is actually spotted. I don't know if he quite realizes that. At least now he will.
We'll see how strong this way is in the lane. It's no Ashe, of course, but should be able to put plenty of pressure onto the Smolder, I would think. Though a lot of the time when we see it with the Senna, it's pretty happy just farming up.
This wave is pushing to Cascada.
Yeah.
That is not good for Xingbai. Although
Yeah.
using the Acathian Rain means it should start to push back. And Cascada probably wants to just hit level 2 first anyway.
Yeah.
Because...
Yeah, Xingbai actually has Chain first, right? So
yeah, and they were seeing it. I mean, that was without the whole W interaction. This is just hitting level 2 first. And now what can LeBlanc do, especially with the Chain? You got the flash, but it is an investment because your early lane suffered so much because of it.
yeah, and you see Helping's bot lane as well, really suffering under their tower. Arding chunked to just below 50. They do level up now, so you can't be too reckless under the turret because of a Maokai Twisted Advance maybe coming your way. Taco taking maybe a terrible trade.
Cascada, no flash, is going to try and use that speed up to get him away. Not going to be able to, and fantastic flash Q from 665 lands the CC and the damage required to eliminate this LeBlanc, and they're going to be able to get this wave in. Cascada somehow narrowly avoids death.
Yeah, I thought he was just dead, but 665 in the perfect
flash.
place.
Now, I said he avoided death, but he in fact did not, staying over just too long.
Yeah, Xingbai saves his flash in that last play, can follow up and trade a kill back onto Cascada, who maybe did overstay, or maybe just needed 665 to stay a little longer to help him push out the wave. So here, I thought Cascada was just certainly dead. I thought there was no hope of him surviving, really. As Xingbai doesn't have W here, he's actually still level 2. Otherwise, Cascada is definitely dead. And nice flash from 665 over the Poppy. Really the only way you're getting that engage as the Vi. So Taco's, yeah, definitely in trouble here.
He is in a lot of trouble. There's no real way that he can thin out this wave, because if he goes anywhere near it, Gwen is going to take his health to about a quarter. Oh no.
Yeah, he's not going to be ready for this potentially now.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
Taco, he's lived. He's trying to find some healing, but ICU is going to be able to take him out. Should be able to get out of that tower. And there's going to be that clean kill. So Halpig's leading early in terms of kills. They're actually down in gold still, but...
Yeah, that stun not slamming Taco into the tower looked like it might take a turn for the worse, but they do manage to cleanly pick up the kill and get out.
Bot lane CS not looking too hot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a rough time for the Smolder. You know, he's not the strongest laner, but once he gets a couple points in W, I'm not sure if that's a build Prage is going to go for. Chi-Chi didn't go for the W, the 3 points in W build on Smolder last game.
Yeah.
Usually you go D-Ring when you're going for that style. Though we've seen it with D-Blade too, or I've seen it on pro builds. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to make Smolder work. So the point of Kazma's just gonna get these Void Grubs. Maybe not the third one.
Feels like he probably should. 65 has no right ever entering this pit.
Yeah, he does have
But he
smite,
is
though.
going to be first up to this top play. ICU not quite level 6. Is he close? That is really the thing to watch. And he is. He gets it. Needlework now coming out. Does pop it. Getting a lot of health back. Getting a lot of slowing done. And 665 without the flash. Should just be a goner, but Taco's turning this around. One more auto would do it. Is he going to be able to find it? The Infernal Chains. Taco now, he's got that World Ender if he chooses to use it, but it doesn't look like he needs to. Somehow, some way, 665 is able to survive. Taco is able to turn it, and a double kill now for this Aatrox.
Yeah, well played by Taco. It looked like Gwen had just fought them off 2v1, and she pretty much had, but just maybe an overextension from Helpix. I thought Vi was just dead there for sure, so you can't really blame him. But well played by Taco to turn that around and somehow make a double kill out of this. I mean, really well played by ICU here as well. Gets a good trade onto Taco here. And then, as he's getting ganked, realizes how close he is to level 6 and kills these two creeps with his Q, hits level 6, gets his ult off, his first ult off before he gets stunned. And chunks Vi for almost his entire health bar, not quite landing the stun there, Kuzma. And I think Taco landed all 3 of his Qs on the sweet spot there. And yeah, Kuzma, no hope of surviving here, really.
That is really, really bad. Oh, base Taco. He is going to be going Profane Hydra.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time before this Gwen is threatening the Aatrox.
Yeah, I think quite the opposite will be happening now. 665, he has ultimate. I mean, this does look like two very, very dead bottom laners.
Yeah.
Praise, they both have flash. Oh, well, they both no longer have flash.
Oh.
665, this is very, very deep, but through comes that killer instinct. And Cascada, off the back of 665, will find himself a double kill. They are going to trade it back, Arding securing the kill back onto 665. And hold up. It looks like another dive happened top as Taco is also taken out.
Yeah. Nice play from Helpix to trade something back, but you're going to be happy with that overall as DCG picking up the kill on the Smolder. We've seen the Smolder have too many easy lanes so far. We're going to see what happens. This time the stun does connect, and when that happens...
How easy?
Yeah. And 3 plates go over to ICU. One probably happened earlier, and he got 2 plates there. And maybe we will be seeing this Gwen pressure the lane sooner rather than later. DCG picking up the Dragon, and that dive was really well coordinated by DCG. It looked like an overcommitment from 665, but Cascada is actually close enough to get his ulti off, and Tide follows up with a flash Q on the Varus onto both members of Helpigs. And it's nice to see this Smolder getting punished. I really don't think this is a first pickable champ. Unless you've set your entire draft up around it and banned, you know, 3 strong bot lane champions. It's so dangerous to first pick this Smolder because it is so punishable in lane. The static should have finished for Cascada already.
Oh, Rage. Oh, he is cut off. He's going to have to fly on out. 6-5 is in the area. Both junglers actually.
Kuzma is here, kind of hoping they go for a dive onto his bot lane in similar fashion, but that probably only happened because they knew where Kuzma was. 665 wisely not going to go for that kind of play when he doesn't know where the Poppy is. Cascada just solos.
That's a solid bolo. Kuzma will be able to land that grounded. Lands a stun. Now 665, he's trying to get away, but not going to be allowed to. But it might be Kuzma who's now in trouble as Cascada and Orca once again going to be landing that QW, securing himself the kill because he is the carry.
Yeah.
But this is a very scary Kai'Sa now. I mean, DCG once again with phenomenal drafting.
Yeah, we're going to get to see what happened in the mid lane here. Shengbai flash QRs onto Cascada, misses the chain, and then just gets ulted on. Well played by Cascada. Picks the right LB, and that last auto did a lot more than I expected.
Yeah, it's more than every other auto.
Arding just goes down in the 2v2. Looks like just a Varus ult followed up by
and
a
it looks like
combo.
the same thing happened to Xingbai. Again. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Taco though, he's paying the price for his team doing well. Oh, maybe he's not. Kuzma.
I mean, he's not really got a way out. Oh, as I say that, we'll pause. We'll hold our horses.
Yeah, Cascada.
Taking a look at my screen right here, it does look like we have an insanely dead Poppy.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like maybe a scary TP for Cascada on next to a wall, but with 665 here, he is going to be perfectly fine. There's no engage onto him.
Perfect time to look at a replay.
TP's back into lane.
And he just does it again.
Cascada.
Oh, no.
Cascada standing in the minion wave here to avoid the LeBlanc chain. Yeah, well played by Cascada. No LeBlanc passive. Shangbai goes down again. I wonder if he should have taken Ignite. Yeah, just a Verisol and he dies. DCG taking 1 turret shot, maybe 2. Yeah, pretty much killed him from off screen. Power of the lethality Varus and the Hui. Looks like a pretty good combo, especially against a weak lane.
Smolder is suffering. Taco is suffering.
Yeah,
Did manage to get himself 2 kills, which is a lot less suffering than what Smolder is currently doing. But, I mean, again, DCG are just so good with their drafting. I mean, they have a counter pick in mind, and they're like, they have the Hui, and I guarantee if something that Hui does fine into comes out, they just play Hui mid and get a support for the bot lane. But they see the LeBlanc picked, and like, you know what? I don't really need to play Hui into this when I have something to answer it, and Hui can just go to support since we know Orca can play it.
Yeah, especially with how successful he's been on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, he's only played 1 game, but by God, was it the best game he's played so far?
Yeah, and looking like a repeat this game. I
think he's 4-1, but he's probably about to be 5-1.
Yeah. All starting the game without his flash.
I see you, though, again. He's having another good game as Gwen.
Yeah. Yeah, his Gwen has been very strong. I don't know if he's going to have time in this game to, you know, really
critical mass.
Yeah, to really snowball the advantage.
And also, Gwen does go immune, but I don't know how well Gwen does when there's a Kai'Sa that is just dipping and diving around and is so immensely far ahead.
Yeah, these isolation 1v1 champs struggle against Kai'Sa just because she does so much damage and doesn't really struggle in a 1v1, you know, against a Gwen.
Yeah, in terms of the 1v1, she's like a weaker Vayne in many ways. Like, Vayne generally will be who you take for the 1v1, but Kai'Sa, I mean, has the ability to go invisible, can dive or jump pretty far away, gain a shield.
Yeah.
And if there's nothing around as well, isolated Q damage, despite AP or AD build, will both be doing so much damage. And then what is essentially an execute, once you build up those passive stacks, and if you land the Void Seeker, especially with AP, you're going to get absolutely annihilated. So.
And Cascada going for the Kai'Sa build, I think we've seen a couple of times now, where he's probably going Static Shiv into Rageblade, into AP.
I think he might just... Oh yeah, he is going there. Okay.
Yeah, I hadn't actually seen the other components, but someone else built this. It might not have even been in the PCS, now that I think about it, because I'm not sure if we've seen all that much Kai'Sa.
We haven't seen a lot of Kai'Sa. We've seen a couple games of Kai'Sa.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa build I've seen somewhere is Static Shiv, Rageblade, Nashers.
Oh, Gwen's dead. When did that happen? Oh,
I think 665 might have just killed him. Yeah. Had his ult up on 665, no ulti on ICU. Not really able to fight 665.
Okay, Cascada's here, guys. Let's leave. Let's run.
And Shenglai is no slouch on this LeBlanc, by the way. You know, as you well know, he's looked pretty good on the LB whenever he's picked it. So, yeah, maybe you have to seriously consider this Kai'Sa counter pick. You know, if you're picking LB into DCG. Kuzma caught just a little overextended here. Nice punish from 665, and Cascada, as Taco will appreciate his teammates, you know, coming to help him out.
Yeah, at long last.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I mean,
it's not like 665's been doing nothing. He's
he did
winning
get help in the top lane a little bit earlier. He picked up his first 2 kills. But yeah, you get dived a couple times, and you know, the kills aren't always enough to make up the advantage that Gwen has in terms of XP and gold off the plates as well.
Do you reckon he hit it with the top laner experience where he gets dove, just missing pings his jungler, regardless of the fact his jungler's gone bot and just turbo won that lane.
Yeah, complain anyway, the solo queue special. Your jungler is destroying the map.
Question mark.
But he didn't gank your lane.
True. I'm the main character. Riftmaker complete enough ICU. It is matched, of course, Profane Hydra. But he's up XP. ICU still is having a good game for himself. Has the tools within himself to win out on the side lane, but it's going to be very difficult. And it's actually going to be AD LeBlanc, so...
AP.
AD.
No, you've got the champs the wrong way around.
Oh, sorry. Kai'Sa.
Oh, AD Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he will eventually get an Asher's.
It is going to be a very late upgrade on that W, though, even if he does get the Nash's.
Yeah.
Reason being, of course, Nash's no longer gives you 100 AP.
I think... Oh, yeah. Right, and you don't get AP per level.
No.
When is he... So it's going to have to be an Amp Tome as well as the Nashers.
Yes. We'll see what he goes for anyway. He might just go for a more traditional AD build. Although, with his composition and Lethality Varus, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. He does have a bit of AP coming through from Hui, but again, Hui doesn't get all that much gold. Taco will once again be dove. Cryscada solo kill, actually gets the kill mid with his jungler, but still, I'm pretty sure a missing ping did in fact just go down onto 665 yet again. Prey's going to have to flash away as Orca will be landing some of that CC.
I mean, good job of Prage to survive such a difficult lane, but yeah. I mean, not getting away with the first pick Smolder at all this game, as I'm guessing this is just a Vi out of the fog ult. Yeah. I mean, both LB dashes used, but I mean, these may be the only two champs that can really catch an LB like this.
And it requires the prerequisite of Vi has already pressed R on you.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai'Sa able to easily follow up, especially when you've got such an ahead Kai'Sa, and 665's not, you know, struggling for gold either this game. You go down very quickly on the LB.
Yeah, 8 KP, 14 minutes in, not so bad. It's going to be, however, Halpig securing that Rift Shield, just by nature of the fact Taco was killed off, and we saw pretty much everyone on DCG on the opposite side of the map.
Yep. Yeah, Shanghai, it's scary to even interrupt that recall. Oh,
so it is going to be AP. You don't usually have the static, but a build that has been popularized a bit recently is the, I believe it's, I might have this wrong. I think it's Eclipse Gwinsu's Nash's.
Oh.
I think. Because Gwinsu's does have the Amp Tome in it, which gives you the AP you need. But you don't usually have the static Shiv with that build. So we'll see what Cryscada does in the end to choose to go for. Flash going to be used from Arding there on the Maokai. ICU's actually down here again, gets feared. Is going to go immune on the backside though, 665. He's found his way here onto Kazma, and ICU might just be able to find himself a shutdown. He hasn't just yet. Cryscada, he's getting in these auto attacks and he's surviving. At the same time, Orca trying to take down ICU, won't be able to do so. It is a shutdown. It's 2 kills found from Xingbai. Poor start, but very good team fight showing. Ty's going to be able to get that one with the piercing arrow. ICU very low. Arding, no flash. Remember, Bramble Snash not going to be timed correctly. Q1 misses, Q2 misses, but Tide will not as he takes himself a kill. Chain of Corruption comes through too. Mum also coming through, but it will be Tide narrowly escaping with his life there. And all things said and done, it was the team fight win picked up for DCG, but a massive shutdown is going to be picked up. Actually, 2 shutdowns, I believe.
Yeah, both onto Shanghai, so giving him a chance to get back into this game now. And that was off the back of ICU somehow finding his way onto Cryscada in that fight. Later on, Tide is able to show up and land a nice ult onto Shanghai and turn around some kills. But definitely favoring, I mean, the team fight technically favored DCG in terms of kills, but gold almost definitely went Helpig's way. So Arding has to flash away here, and Cryscada just maybe gets a little overzealous onto ICU. Oh, he gets hit by the Maokai ult, and then ICU is just... You kind of wish the kill went over to ICU, but it's not terrible on the LB either. 900 gold there, and he picks up another shutdown onto Orca. Nice jump back to his W there. 665 not really able to get into this fight until now.
Another kill. Xingbai dead. 3 and 6. It is going to be picked up by Tide, who is 3 and 0.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously punishing his laners, this Varus, but he is extremely strong. Prage really losing a lot of health, and Taco is honestly just feeling the full brunt of Kuzma.
Yeah, Kuzma has not left him alone.
Do not walk that way, Taco.
Skada solo is a tier 2. Tide solo is a tier 2.
Oh, actually,
No, he was
comes
baiting the
down,
whole
and
time.
ICU's in fact the one who is going to be fouled. Did that blast cone just get used and immediately respawn?
I think there are two.
Orca just used it.
Yeah, there are 2 spawns there.
Oh, so they just spawned literally on top of each other.
Yeah, they're virtually on top of each other, overlapping even. Tide not able to get the ult onto Xingbai to punish him this time.
Is that possibly because, I mean, I'm not sure that you'd know this, but maybe you would. Is it possibly because there was like a blast cone there, and then the Ocean Dragon was the map, at which point another blast cone spawned, but because the other blast cone was there, they both have just become the upgraded versions?
Yeah, maybe, but last game we did see in that exact spot 2 blast cones. As you see, Taco has a lot of damage. He doesn't win the 1v1 strictly. Ult onto Prage from Krskada and 665.
Annihilated. Very, very difficult game here to play this Smolder, as it looks pretty clean cut here for DCG. I was going to say they're now headed towards the Baron, but Baron's not even spawned.
Yeah, it feels like it should be, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, it's a 10k gold lead. Baron not yet spawned, and I mean, the amount of damage that you can do here with this Kai'Sa certainly makes up for the fact that Varus doesn't do a whole lot, and honestly, Halpigs just don't have the kind of champs to poke and prod and try and deny the Baron. You have the Poppy, who, if she finds a good ult, can theoretically steal it and delay the game for just that little bit much more, but ultimately, how much does it matter? It doesn't feel like a whole lot.
Yeah, hard to just be on the map as Hellpigs now, and it's a shame because ICU could have maybe gotten them an advantage if given enough time in the side lane against Taco on the Aatrox. But with no one else on his team really able to get out onto the map, he's never really going to be able to pressure towers. He's just going to be clearing waves and backing off. So what is 665 building? Did he
Prage
just...
is only 110.
Yeah,
he
this
still
is
doesn't
maybe...
have the second upgrade.
Yeah, he's maybe not going to make it.
Oh, he's not going to make it. I don't think this game's got a whole lot left in it.
I make it here. As my Nexus is exploding.
Yay.
Though I usually play against weaker players than DCG.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to play against Titan Orca. With 665 diving you. And Krskada at the start.
So, engage from
Oh
665.
yeah, we found our way once again here onto Prage. Krskada though, he's locked up in the backline and just taken out. Xingbai going to claim that one yet again. It is answered back. Arding going to be felled too, as Kazman's very, very low, but that blast cone will ensure that no more follow-up happens towards this Poppy.
Yeah, a little overforce from 665 there. They are extremely ahead, so I honestly thought that was going to work, but Krskada wasn't able to follow up, I think just because Kazma found him.
I think Kazma found him while Xingbai was able to follow up. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that being the big difference in that fight. I mean, it is still...
Oh my god.
Yeah, very strong Tide is on the Varus, and he doesn't even have his Mirror Mana procced yet.
Yeah. 3 items to 1.5.
Yeah. We are stacking away as Prage, but yeah, definitely punished for this Smolder pick. And I wonder if something like a Bard that we've seen with Smolder a lot might have helped him get through this lane. Bit of healing for him, a much stronger laner than Maokai.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the Maokai, right? You've picked the Smolder and you've not picked a laner to pair with him that helps him all that much. In fact,
Maokai quite often likes an AD carry that has the option of being aggressive and safe at the same time.
Yeah.
Because he likes to be able to roam around the map and look for things to happen, but he also has the ability to look for an all-in in his own lane or set up something for the jungler. Smolder really not excelling at either of those two options. 665 and the rest of DCG now, however, are going to be hitting this Baron. It is going down very, very quickly. Teleport's going to come in, though. ICU going to be forced away from that bot side. 3k HP as the Baron is going to go down. Spiraling Despair even lands onto Arden. He's going to use that Nature's Grasp. And 665, he's actually surviving, but ICU will eventually take him out. Taco, though, he's on the back line, and he is that lethality Aatrox that we like to see so much more. Shutdown found from ICU. It's 950 gold, but it's all too little too late as the ace is going to be completed. Cruscata, Orca, and Taco will remain alive, while the entirety of Hellpigs gray screened and waiting 20 more seconds to respawn.
Yeah, and with how far behind they are, I'm honestly impressed they managed to kill 2 on the side of Hellpigs. Cruscata during that Baron lands a W onto Kazma on his way there, so they know exactly where he is, and they can just burn down the Baron without having to worry about a steal. Managed to turn the fight around. This time, the ult from 665 is able to be followed up by Cruscata, and Shengbai goes down instantly, and the rest of Hellpigs going down soon after. As all the gold is really on ICU and Shengbai. So if Shengbai goes down without being able to find a pick in these fights, there's not a lot of hope.
Okay, game number 2. Do we get to see the Rengar? You've just absolutely demolished Hellpigs. And yes, of course, I mean, you want to win. That is the point of League of Legends. You might be able to get it done despite the Rengar.
Yeah. Yeah, even with a Rengar picked, I think my money's still on, as Taco has a pretty good fight here.
Yeah.
Takes out a lot of members of Hellpigs on his own.
In the picture-in-picture, by the way, Hellpigs were doing red buff, and it took them a very long time, but the whole time 665 is just sitting in the bush and smites it away.
Oh. Yeah, ICU having a good fight for himself, even finds his way onto Tide and kills him there.
He gets himself a pretty much 1k gold shutdown. Is it going to be the difference maker? I mean, probably not. You're Gwen against Baron minions now.
Yeah.
And Taco is looking, is going to put that world ender. He's actually ignited, so the healing will be cut, of course, from those grievous wounds provided. And in fact, the 65 is taken out first. Taco's looking for the reset, not going to find it, but Cruscata gets his way in here. Prage, 1 HP. Void Seeker will not connect. Cruscata also going wide there on that Spiraling Despair. All things said and done, 2 kills found for Hellpigs, but the inhib goes down in both the bot lane and the mid lane, and DCG, despite being 3v4, are feeling very confident to be able to look further. Xingbai does have a lot of damage, and Arden does find his way here onto Cruscata, who's going to flash away. The bot lane here now is the only thing that remains for DCG, is they are able to take down Cruscata, and Xingbai quietly, he's getting kill after kill here. Orca does remain alive. He does use that fear, and it will go wide. But honestly, he's still feeling safe. In fact, turning around now. Can you look for a QW here? It's something that might be able to pick him up some success. But yeah, Hellpig's going to win that fight. They do lose 2 inhibs and a Nexus Tower. And Teleport now coming through for Taco, just ensuring they can secure this Dragon Soul.
Yeah, this is still going to be sold for DCG, despite the numbers being in favor of the Hellpigs, and a little overzealous on the play from DCG. Cosmo's going to get here.
And on time.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get there in time. Has to be so worried about DCG being in any of these pushes.
I mean, you are still 10k gold behind, but saving grace is this is only the Chemtech Soul. I guess. Not much of a saving grace, however.
Yeah.
Smolder nearly at stacks, 188.
Yeah, he might get there.
I don't think it matters.
No, it definitely doesn't. But, you know, it makes a cool sound when you evolve.
Oh, Xingbai. We've seen this one before. Actually holding that Mimic. Going to use it there. And we see it again. This time a little bit different, but just goes for the flash first.
Yeah.
Does secure the kill. So now you're without this mid lane LeBlanc, who has found so much of your gold. ICU, importantly, has found the most, though. And it's a 4v5, and you're completely back against the wall. Through will come. Upgrade's not there. 195, not even likely to get it in the team fight, all things considered. 65 looking. Kazma looking as well. Cascada does get stunned up, but nothing can come through to follow up from it. It's just going to be Arding with that spiraling... Spiraling, what is it? I forgot it already. Anyway, the Hui ult is going to be able to take down the Maokai. Xingbai going to be respawning in 5 more seconds as this second Nexus tower goes down. All 3 inhibs are no longer with us. ICU also, without the needlework, means that this should be pretty straightforward. Actually, he manages to find that kill there onto Prage for Cascada, and won't matter. Is just really up to DCG when they want to end this game. In fact, maybe it's not. The minions are just going to do it. They're trying to look for one more kill. Won't find it. And yeah, game number 1, pretty clean cut. Wasn't clean necessarily, but by the time it got messy, they were already 10,
so
15k gold up that it never really mattered what they did. They would have to probably give over the biggest throw of all time to have lost that.
Yeah. And pretty much the Cascada 665 show. They were just pairing up so nicely in the mid jungle and finding Vi ults onto Xingbai, making him suffer all game. I mean, Cascada was doing a bit of that on his own, really. Solo killing Xingbai twice. It's always a bad sign when you die in lane, TP in, die again.
Yeah.
All off one reset.
Yeah, seems pretty over at that stage, and it wasn't, to be fair, because they were managing to find things up in the top side. Taco was, I mean, at worst, he was 2-3. That was his, well, he was 1-2 at one stage, but then found another kill, and then found a double kill, actually, it was. And then eventually he gets taken down again. And there was a lot of focus going on this Gwen towards the Cassante, and they did find a lot of gold and advantages for ICU on the Gwen, but it was at the massive detriment to both the mid and the bot lane. I mean, this game started off with Cascada losing Flash, and then punishing early lane because LeBlanc had to start chain for that Flash to be burned.
Yeah.
And then just roaming down to bot lane when 665 hits level 6 along with the Killer Instinct and just picks up a double kill. And so at that stage, it's like, well, now what's LeBlanc going to do? Dies solo, teleports back, dies solo again. It's like, well, now you have a 4-1 at the time Kai'Sa you're dealing with. And it's like, this is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah,
and
at the time, it was a completed static Shiv up against just a lost chapter for Xingbai on the LeBlanc, and it didn't even get much better from there as he was just constantly getting ulted by Vi, 665 on the Vi. Prage didn't quite make it on the Smolder. He got to 215.
Ooh.
Very close to the evolve as your Nexus blows up, and punish for the Smolder first pick that I don't think we're going to see a lot of in playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think the Smolder first pick is going to be their high priority. Maybe a team like DCG can make it work because they are so willing to just chuck it in the mid lane. Maybe, but yeah, I think honestly we've been surprised by how unpunished this pick has gone.
Yeah,
and I think ultimately is because we've seen Smolder first picks with Varus and Ashe open, and that not just be the immediate slam.
Yeah,
and I feel like now this game, honestly, the Varus, well, not with the Ashe because it was banned, Hui functions pretty similarly. Yeah. In terms of maybe not the level 1 power that an Ashe has, but by the time you're level 3, the damage that Hui has, the utility available for that champion, is akin to that of a champ like Ashe, to where you can just burst someone out very quickly, and especially with the damage on top that Varus provides, it becomes very difficult to lane from long range, which is the most important part, because Smolder's not a long range champion. She gets deceptively long range later on when she has the rapid fire cannon and the splash coming through from her Q, but early game, not really all that much range outside of just the W.
Yeah, so this was a bit of an overstep from DCG, 665 and Taco. Oh, it's because 2 people get ulted out by Kuzma. Nice poppy ult by him. And Taco and 665 find themselves in a 2v5. Orca not really able to do much on the support way to help them out here.
Oh, I didn't even notice that
some of the follow-up. Yeah, some of the follow-up not connecting from DCG as they have to try run back into the base.
Oh, Cascada edges it out by about 100.
A slightly impressive amount of damage from ICU, and he was having impact in these team fights on the Gwen.
He was.
Considering the state of the game, that's pretty impressive.
MVP, who are you giving it to? I think this one's hard.
Yeah, I'm going with 665 probably, but it's kind of hard to not give it to Cascada. I wouldn't be mad about either one.
Yeah, I think 665 deserves it. I honestly think Orca might deserve it too.
No, hear me out. Taco.
Nah,
weak side warrior.
I was thinking that, but the problem is he died too much.
Yeah, he did die too much.
Because I mean, what the difference is between like a strong weak side player is instead of dying where he did, you just live. You just walk back, you give over a wave, and you live instead of dying. Because the double kill and whatnot that happened would have happened anyway because he didn't die when they found success. 40% damage there for ICU. Now,
yeah, a lot of work for ICU to do this game.
The world. Xingbai got a few shutdowns, but he wasn't really doing all that much damage. He was trying to jump into the back and harass Cascada and honestly follow up on Kazuma finding some insane wall bangs.
Yeah, just too hard for Xingbai to play this game against the Bai.
You know, after dying solo twice, I mean, you'd hope it was hard to play.
Yeah.
Statistics. Taco, most kills. I didn't even recognize that.
Oh. He took over some of those team fights.
Yeah, he got like a double in a couple of team fights. And yeah, for sure. I mean,
and every time someone came to his lane, they were just picking up doubles and triples, and they were all going to Taco.
Yeah, that's right. What's the most kills? Most damage taken? Orca on Hui. I think he didn't die.
Low.
I think he didn't die.
I think the stat is because everyone else died a bunch of times.
I'm pretty sure he didn't die a single time.
Because that's a very low number, 9,000.
Yeah, usually we see like 36,000 or matchup. It is 665, so I think well deserved. He found all the success early game. Obviously, Chris Gard with the 2 solo kills, but that only really was possible because of the double kill that 665 set up for him. Gave over his life as well under that second tower.
Yeah, and so many of Cascada's kills that game were off of the back of 665.
That's right, yeah.
Finding engages, even the very first one in the mid lane.
And Taco's kills as well, I think is important to notice. A lot of Taco's, his only way back in was 665.
Yeah, and every lane got a bit of love from 665 that game. Just running around the map, wreaking havoc, as it's usually Poppy in this matchup. You know, who's doing that. So navigating a difficult matchup and doing it really well. 665.
This was just a solo bowler, right?
Nah, Cascada follows up on this one.
Okay, I'm waiting. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there he is. There's the Acathian Rain. And yeah, this was the story of the game. Nice flash here. We saw this top lane as well. He flashes over... Oh, mid lane. Mid
lane was different, though. Mid lane was... You know how there's like 2 different things where you can like flash and then via Q? That's one option. Or you can Q, and at the very end of the animation, if you flash... then where you flash to will also have the effect. Like Jarvan EQ as well, the flag and drag. You can either obviously flash, flag and drag.
Can you flash while you're channeling by Q? And
not while you're
release it?
Yes.
And you still just travel the full distance?
Yes. Oh. But what you do, what he did in the mid lane one was he channeled his Q, he used his Q, and at the very end of it he flashed. And so the effect that the Q hitting you happens where you flash to because you do it at the very end. If you do it midway through, like when you're dashing, it won't do anything. So perfect play, really, all around from 665. Died a few times, but found a whole lot more for his deaths. We are going to go to a quick break, and again, this is going to be the last time we see Halpigs this split, so it's really up to them to give us one last game after this one. Please do join us.
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. 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 Oh, so far. Oh, love you, oh, love. Oh, love me, love, love, love. Oh, love you, love, love. Oh, love you, love, love, love. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. 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 Oh, so far. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord.
Maybe I'm a monster.
Is my mic working?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, we're good. We're good again. Welcome back. Maybe the last game of the night. I mean, after game number 1, you do have to think that DCG look like they've got all cylinders fired up.
Yeah, we thought that yesterday.
That's
though.
what I was about to say. We did think that in the PSG versus Beyond series. And Beyond managed to take game number 2. And again, if Halpix don't find a win here, this will be the end of their split.
Yeah.
If they are able to find a win, we will get a game 3, which would be exciting, of course, and especially for Halpix fans, which, of course, there are a lot of. So, definitely going to be trying for a win. Will we see Rengar? It's not seeming like it. It seems like DCG are in full try-hard mode. They're bringing out their draft antics. God JJ will be subbed in, so
back.
we are going to get to see God JJ at least one last time, if not 2.
Yeah, God JJ is a little more conducive to the happy drafting we've seen out of the Helpigs.
Yeah. He is a happy draft.
And he's cooking something right now.
Yeah, he is.
He's trying to
It's a
explain.
big ball. What AD carry has a big ball? Smolder Archu.
He's trying to justify Orianna ADC to his teammates.
Possibly. Maybe he wants to get into Mega Gnar and start throwing boulders.
Yeah.
What else? What else has a big ball as an AD carry? I don't think there's many.
What else just has a big ball in general? Don't
Nunu!
Yeah, don't narrow your horizon.
It's Nunu!
Yeah. Could easily be Nunu here for God JJ.
It would be pretty cool to see a Nunu, to be fair.
And alright, just ban Rengar already.
There it is. The typical, as we all have come to expect in Season 14, the blue side first ban of Rengar.
Yeah.
Kalista gonna be the answer. I mean, DCG, they're not mucking about. Neither are Halpigs. They're gonna want to get a win. They're gonna want to try and get a series win over someone that isn't West Point.
Yep. Drafts looking identical.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't sure about the Nautilus ban. Actually,
Okay.
Hwei ban, so that's
Yeah.
a switch up.
Okay, so Smolder locked in here for DCG.
Ashe is open.
Oh. Still Smolder locked in here for DCG.
Twisted Fate is open. Azir is open.
Smolder actually happens to be open.
Yeah. So it's going to be the Smolder first pick. We'll see if Helpigs can punish it in a similar fashion to DCG punishing it last game. Ashe would be a good start.
Yeah, but it's going to go mid. So
Yeah, but if it goes mid into something like the LB,
it's going top.
if it goes top into something
Jungle.
like...
Look, mate, DCG have their
Yeah,
way
they
around
will,
these
yeah.
drafts.
Yeah, they do.
It might even just end up being a W Max support Smolder at this point.
And as
Oh,
requested...
that is...
Yeah.
Finally, we get to see the most atrocious, giga-overpowered bot lane.
Yeah.
Halpigs are setting themselves up for success, but Lee Sin open. There is a Nocturne. It can't be paired with the Orianna, which, while the pairing hasn't found all that much success in terms of game wins, I think against Ashe Varus might just be the perfect way to find... Oh!
Okay.
All right,
Well,
we've got some DCG draft antics.
Yeah, I said we were going to see some happy drafting, and DCG have not taken their time.
All right, what lane is Pike going?
Mid.
You reckon?
No. No, it's Orca on Pike. He is the carry, the self-professed carry of this team.
If there's a will, there's a way. This Pike is finding itself in a solo lane. Somehow.
Yeah, I think they gutted solo lane Pike.
They did. They removed... Wow, this is ages ago when Wonder discovered the top lane Pike tech. They took it, made it so his Q only hits 1 minion at a time.
Oh, right. He has no wave clear, yeah.
Yeah, but you can get Profane Hydra now.
True.
Which didn't exist.
Yeah.
So that kind of solves his wave clear issues a little bit.
Yeah, you do have to get there.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the Pyke in a solo lane. I have seen one Pyke solo lane in my solo queue games, but that was back when you could run the 2 support items, and he just rushed the World Atlas after his first base and ran around the map. That doesn't seem entirely possible when it comes to coordinated pro play.
So the LB ban from DCG makes me think it probably will be Smolder mid. Honestly, your bot lane is still screwed. I don't think there's much you can pick. As Udyr's locked in for Helpig's for
Well, I know where
ICU.
Smolder's going. Taco's playing it now.
Yeah, honestly, this would be the game to play Smolder top against the Udyr.
Early will be very difficult. You'll still get punished, but you are going to get to your stacks. Once you get that Essence Reaver, you will just be completely fine.
Yeah, and you can go for something like the Dorans into
This
W
is
max.
a wild. This is a DCG draft. This,
Draven, in my eyes, is a terrible pick.
Yeah, this seems atrocious.
I think Samira might just be better, but I don't know what you're going to pair with the Pyke to make this work.
I mean, we
Maybe
are
a
just
Tristana.
sending everyone into this bot lane, is what I'm saying. We're going to have, at level, at about 7 minutes, level 6, we're going to have a Nocturne, a TF, and a Smolder all in this bot lane. It's going to be the Aurelion Soul for Xingbai. We've seen him play it before.
Yeah.
Actually, against West Point, and looked really, really good on it. So,
Yeah, we'll see how the lane goes. Maybe he's just matching scaling with scaling in the mid lane. Aurelion Soul going to come online much sooner than the Smolder. And, you know, pretty good scaling. Doesn't match the Smolder's scaling, I don't think.
oh, I think it does.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it does.
Very strong.
You got to
late
remember,
game.
there is an execute on Aurelion Soul too, which scales with his stacks. He gets stacks a lot quicker, and he's also just more mobile.
And we might get to see the quest.
Yeah, we
as
might.
well. There is a Smolder versus Aurelion Soul quest where they duke it out to see who gets all the stacks they collect after they hit level 16, something like that. The first one to kill the other.
Yeah.
This might be a really hard lane for the Udyr, believe it or not. I think Twisted Fate is an incredibly strong laner, especially into these melee matchups that don't really have much pressure onto him. Might have to get his Static Shiv on the Twisted Fate before he can get, you know, Wrestle Prio off of this Udyr. And I wonder if he'll go Lethal Tempo or Fleet on the Twisted Fate, because
Fleet.
yeah, it's almost always Fleet, but this might be a lane where you can go Lethal Tempo and punish Udyr for trying to shove the wave.
I think it's just still Fleet. This Udyr will be shoving this lane.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're going to have 5 members.
Yeah.
How long will they stay?
I like this from DCG just because lane
wow.
control is so important for Ashe. And
Oh, no.
Oh,
Right, game is about to be decided.
yeah.
Taco has a gold card, but he's gone in first, and boy oh boy has he just walked into
No flash on
the
ICU.
troops. ICU actually! Draven, first blood. He doesn't have a whole lot of stacks, but you do just get a default of 40. Oh, Taco, 1
got
HP. The Ashe slows. That's 3 kills found. Cascada
Yeah.
also going to be losing his flash.
Gets 5 stacks on his way out, though.
Yeah. 4.
4 stacks,
ICU
unfortunately.
was dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Explosive start.
Yeah, you have to be surprised that DCG are opting into that. Twisted Fate Pyke, not the worst level 1, but nothing matches Ashe in the level 1.
You feel like it's fairly avoidable if you just put a ward in that bush while you're walking towards it.
Yeah, he actually had that sweeper, I think.
No one had it popping, because otherwise you would have seen the outline of 4 burly men and an Ashe.
No, he did. He saw the outlines and just walked face first into it. We're going to see it here. He sweeps. Oh, it's Orca that sweeps. And they see, I guess, just the Udyr. They walk in to stun him. He goes down quickly because he's got no flash, so Udyr's always dead here. And I think everyone but 665 ends up losing their flash.
Damn, Taco could have lived if he didn't turn around to gold card.
Yeah. Yeah, Cascada loses his flash at the end there, so 1 flash left up for DCG.
Somehow.
some way, Draven has push. Oh, I know why. Because he died, so we got a quicker recall.
Yeah.
So we got to lane first.
Yes, similar items. Boots on the Ashe is pretty massive. As they're actually zoned off the wave here.
Yeah. Not something you typically do see.
Yeah, it gets weird. You do still have barrier on the Ashe. But maybe just deciding they can't contest this wave and gonna let it bounce and then look to pressure off of the next wave.
2 Draven games today.
Yeah. Skada trading back onto Shengbai, but Shengbai initially getting the better of that trade at least. Plenty of sustain.
20
though.
stacks, by the way, at 3 minutes is a crazy total.
On Smolder.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that fight helping out a lot.
Yeah, of course. But that is an insane number of stacks for a Smolder at this point.
Yeah.
And obviously each upgrade, it just amplifies the speed in which he acquires stacks.
Skada no flash
Orca.
there.
Oh my god.
Shengbai nerves of steel there, just finishes his recall. Orca no flash, otherwise he's almost definitely killing there.
Yeah, that was insanely close. Kazma actually maybe not seen on that vision, but Orca did see him in the river already.
Ty's going to spot him out here, and I don't think he...
Oh, he wins. Oh, he wins. That is a kill
Yeah.
for... Oh, even the shield. I think you could have given that to Orca by not shielding. I think the Ignite
yeah,
takes
maybe.
it.
Yeah, hope the Ignite takes it away. Tide gets a 200 gold cash out. Pretty nice timing for DCG as they were completely zoned off of this wave to just find a free kill on the Lee Sin.
Now, we were talking about question mark pinging your junglers. I think that is a reasonable question mark ping timing.
Yeah. I wonder if Shengbai stole any of those little raptors.
Yeah, didn't actually see. Oh, Tide. He's going to pick up a kill for sure. Oh, he auto-attacks the wrong person. Can God JJ trade back. Piercing arrow will connect, but it didn't have the damage, wasn't empowered.
I think COD JJ is just dead too.
Yeah, Orca should be able to find this. Tide might even just run on in and claim himself yet another. This is a 4-1 Draven we have now.
Yeah. Taco does go down in the top lane, but Shengbai went down in mid. No flash up. 665 somehow found a gank onto him.
Yeah, wow, I mean...
Nocturne, the strongest level 4 jungler.
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah.
Except this time it was mid. Okay, so maybe Aurelion Sol not the answer into Smolder.
Yeah, it looks rough. So what happens here? 665 smites the Raptor. Loops around.
Don't tell me he just strolls
mid
in.
lane.
He does have flash.
I mean, I guess Shengbai's E is on cooldown here. Gets slowed by Smolder. Yeah, and can't fly away. Must have been on cooldown. So nice window there for DCG to punish Shengbai. And this is a vulnerability of the Twisted Fate. You don't really have a way to get out without your summoners. As DCG have brought the kills back
Hubris
into
first.
their own favor.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, already has a Hubris.
You know, maybe not the strongest immediately.
Yeah.
I think I'd give that one to Yomu's, but... Or Collector, actually, probably.
Yeah, I think we saw Chi-Chi go for the Yomus first.
Yeah, into Hubris. But he was not 4-1.
True. Yeah, and with plenty of opportunities to stack in this lane. Helpigs do have their flashes back up, so a bit harder to kill now. Still not a weak lane.
Oh.
On the side of Helpigs, but a full item on the Draven is going to make this a lot scarier for them. Helpigs going to be grabbing this dragon uncontested. 665 is level 6, but he decides to just take a recall. A little bit surprising, honestly. Maybe Cruscado was just in base too. Just because you do have a full item completed on your Draven. Any fight around him is probably going to be winning. Taco does have to TP back to lane. And is going to pick up all the CS and even out the CS difference in the top lane.
I guess not really much to look for.
Yeah, 665 is level 6 now, so...
Expect him bot.
Yeah.
Or both. Oh, Orca's not 6.
Level 6 for Tide now. Kruscata coming down too. Cosma's here to match, but...
Yeah,
I mean, Arding just goes down.
Oh, wow, that is an exceedingly dead Ashe. Might even find another one. Actually not going to be able to, and it's also going to be the execute missing, but eventually now Tide does find a second, and we've already found a couple of stacks. Yeah, the skies will fall. As will Tide. Shut down, 450 gold is a very significant amount, especially for an Aurelion Soul who will scale immensely into the later stages of this game.
Yeah.
Long way to get there, but 650 gold is going to make that time and the process just that much easier. Although still dealing with a 6-kill Draven is the side of Halpigs.
Yeah, so you're pretty sad to go down with your Hubris finally procced on the Draven there. I think you get about 2 minutes.
It's 90 seconds.
90 seconds, so a minute and a half with a massive amount of AD. Could have done a lot of damage to this tower, but Shengbai does find the kill onto him as
Picture in picture.
Taco's in trouble, yeah.
Yeah, picture in picture. Taco, yes. Flash gold card.
Oh.
He's going to get the kill.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get a replay of that. Not able to connect the Q as Lee Sin after ulting Tide. And Tide ends up picking up another 2 kills.
Yeah, he got 2 there.
Yeah, and Shengwai follows up. The stun from Orca not really coming out in time or able to save him there. ICU looked like he had a kill for sure here, but power of this Twisted Fate, point and click stun. Flashes away, stuns him under turret.
Oh, used Ghost, but didn't need to.
Yeah, that last tower shot did do a lot of damage, along with the stack deck proc from the TF.
Yeah, just by virtue of the ramping that towers have when it comes to their damage.
Yeah.
Do you remember, what season was it? Where the inner tower and Nexus
Gave you a
towers were
shield.
just No. They were just a laser beam.
Oh yeah.
Walker's looking for God JJ, but he might not want it. That Whirling Death coming through, not going to find the kill. Tide so close to claiming himself another 2. Arding gonna lose both his Psalms.
Oh.
Skies fall Shengbai. Oh, but it's going to actually be the 2 kills immediately found here for DCG as the dragon, at least one of the dragons, that one of Halpigs, is going to be fouled as well. ICU running away as everyone is very, very low here on health. 10 minutes into the game and we're already steering down the barrel of a 5k gold lead as Kruscata is just freely stacking. He's 109 stacks. He is already at 10 stacks per minute.
Yeah. It might be dead here though. TP comes in from...
Yeah, Taco with that destiny, but IC was able to get away.
Yeah.
Saves his mid laner though.
Oh man, Kruscata cannot help himself but go for these stacks, and I don't blame him. He's going to have a very fast evolve this game. Orca, not realizing he's running into 4 people here, gets Ashe arrowed, and I do think they finish him off. Oh wow, not quite. Look at Cosma's HP bar. That was 1 Draven auto, maybe Smolder ult as well. Chunks him for well over 60%. Nice find on this ult from Shengbai. Hits both of the bot laners of DCG. Orca just on 1 HP this fight, managing to have a lot of impact still.
Picking Arding's champ against him. Alright, we'll look at a dive. Hubris is not active, of course. Tide did get taken out in that fight after receiving a kill.
2 items completed on Draven.
Yeah, opportunity is second.
There's barely an item on the rest of the map.
Yeah, Sundered Sky, Rylai's.
Yeah, there are 3 completed items. So there are 5 total completed items, and he's got 2 of them. Orca maybe going to fish for a hook here. There's the ult from Cosma, okay.
Skada gets taken out.
Yeah.
Cosma, though, he's found his way onto the bot side. Tide not able to keep up with the play, so Hubris still won't be activated. Or jump, safeguard, Orca does find the execute there. In fact, it's actually Tide who picks it up. He is getting taken very, very low here, and the Rylai slow making it very difficult. Tide, is he going to turn around?
Not even able to get off an auto attack as Xingbai finds himself a double kill. Now, there is problems for DCG. Triple kill. Cascada teleports in. Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me a quadra kill.
No.
What on earth is happening in this game?
Shangbai kills Cascada in the mid lane and then just flies down to bot, I guess. Yeah, doesn't TP, he just flies down to bot. And it didn't, to me, look like DCG were really all that overextended with how strong they are. Orca looking for a kill on Shangbai, not quite in range. This game, Shangbai able to use the massive shutdowns he got. We're going to see his kill onto Cascada here. Cascada's full HP. And they both try to fly away. And does he just Q him down? It's just a Q from 100 to 0. He uses no other spell there. And just kills Cascada. Counter pick in the mid lane looking good.
Yeah, following up. We're looking and...
The Ash arrow blocked by 665 flying in.
Yeah, didn't use the spell shield.
Orca picks up the kill onto Arding, and then Tide picks up this kill onto Kazma. And then, yeah, Shangbai just shows up. It looks a little scary for a second, but he gets a reset on his E every time he kills someone, so he has just been flying around this fight. And he gets another one off onto Kazma, and then again kills Cascada.
All right,
Yeah.
Halpig's morale high.
Yeah, and that was not a quadra kill where he got very much help from his team either, as you can see by the damage graph.
If you include the mid kill, that was just a pentakill.
No, he didn't kill. He didn't kill.
Yeah, he killed Cascada twice.
No, oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess.
Okay, well,
SU goes
back
down.
to scheduled programming.
Yeah, goes down as in Inhib there.
25 stacks we're at. Xingbai, he's going to get himself some more gold here. Actually completes the Archangels pretty much off the single play.
Yeah, just recalls, buys a full item.
I want to see total gold, because this has quickly turned into a battle of Tide versus Xingbai.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this gold lead is actually on Tide.
You know, the later this game gets, the more I'm siding with Xingbai.
Yeah. Yeah, you've already seen how hard it is to be Draven into this Ace.
Oh my god. Okay, Tide is still not
And
feeling
Orca
particularly-
is third.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Tide just flashes onto God JJ and kills him. God JJ blows both sums, still
That was
dies.
2 auto attacks.
Yeah.
Through flash heal. Kazma, he finds Tide though. We'll have to look, see if they
Not a
can
lot
give
of
this
damage.
kill also to Xingbai. He actually manages to find a kill back. Arding going down. There's also Tarko managing to find himself a kill there. On to Kazma. They do kill out Tide though, so with that, this gold lead that DCG find themselves with is pretty much eliminated.
Yeah, Tide just turns around after getting kicked into the enemy turret and just autos Arding twice and takes him down. Oh, Cascada gonna be stacking up against ICU again.
Orca autoing attack. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. Okay, this is a game.
Orca looking pretty clean on this pike.
You know,
Shangbai going
I
on
wanted
Cascada.
Rengar, but I'm pretty happy with what we got.
Wow, what a nice hook. I think Cascada was in a bit of trouble there if Shangbai can continue onto him, but Orca interrupts his dash. 665 probably going to be ulting onto Shangbai here.
He has the Sky's Fall. Seraph's shield as well is massive. That's one more kill. Arding actually going to be the recipient of that one. We're a bit split in terms of our focus here.
Shangbai's got
Cascada's
him.
going to get himself 1, but Xingbai's going to get himself 2. The execute will come through. Down will go Cascada. Xingbai 10 and 2 quietly.
Yeah, 10 kills.
7 stacks on his Dark Seal. ICU's found Tide, but
See how
has
this
he
goes.
found Tide or has Tide found them? It looks like
Yeah,
is the
slows the
former.
vein of Draven's existence. He can't really kite there, can't juggle his axes all that well.
4-item Draven, 16 minutes in. Oh, and Xingbai's taken out. Destiny from Tarko on this TF.
Shangbai with 10 kills, 10 and 2, no shutdown. Kind of tells the story of this game.
And so Tarko, I assume, kills God JJ, and then
Yeah.
backs and kills Xingbai.
Oh no, he gets killed by God JJ.
God JJ's the GOAT.
Yeah, I thought TF would win that for sure. Oh no. Oh, he reacts to it, but just can't move fast enough.
I wonder if... I mean, it's hard to tell if his recall would have just gone off as it was about to hit. I thought that was what was going to happen.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Must have been awfully close.
I do not know what's happening in this game. I do know that DCG are very far ahead in spite of Shengbei having a really good game on the A-Sol.
Look, I've played games like this as AD carry. Now, given I'm not as good as Tide,
Yeah.
but your only lose con is not accepting that Shengbei is their win con.
Yeah.
I feel like you are very far ahead, but a more Malmortis might just be in order.
Yeah. Yeah, just grab them all. No one else is really doing anything to him. God JJ on the Spherus is not coming online in this game, realistically.
He is, he just solo killed Taco.
Yeah. Very true.
That
Yeah.
builds into hubris, right? God JJ. Is he going for it too? Or was it opportunity? Maybe it's opportunity. I can't remember now.
I hope it's opportunity.
I don't play lethality champs.
I don't know if opportunity has move speed on it. Because that little
Yeah, that's
thing gives move speed.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. It's not Yomu's. He's already got one of those.
Yeah. Could he be accidentally building his second Yomu's? I've done it.
Never mind. Okay, Kazma, he's looking at the wings. Of course, Tide is your only target. There's not a whole lot of lockdown for him outside of an insane engage found from Kazma, and he's already found one that kicked Tide into a turret. Tide still managed to somewhat turn that situation and pick himself up a kill anyway.
Yeah.
Cascada, I have to feel also, by the way, is probably extremely close to getting his stacks.
Yeah. We're at 19 minutes now. Let's have a stack check.
225.
Yeah, he's going to get it
he's
now.
got it.
I wonder if his or Betty's was faster.
It'll be awfully close.
Yeah, it'll be very close. So, a bit of a monster on the Smolder now.
Yeah, now there's kind of two threats. Admittedly, I don't think Smolder's as strong as Aurelion Sol. Especially, you know, how much gold
Yeah.
Shengbai's been able to
Yeah,
gobble on
honestly,
up.
it might sound crazy, but Smolder might be more of a threat than the Draven. Oh, maybe not. Maybe
No, I don't
not
think
onto
so.
this Ashe and Varus.
You have an
Draven's just
execute,
two
but
autos.
Draven kills someone in 2 autos, yeah.
Yeah.
So does the opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it gave move speed, but I guess it does. Rift Herald dropped and abandoned by the Hellpigs, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's feeling strong enough to drift that one into the top inner.
Take it for a drive.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what to think of this game. We have a Nocturne who always goes experimental Hexblade, but this time we've gone for Eclipse. You know, usually it's experimental Hexblade into something like the Frozen Heart. We're looking for Tide, not going to find him. Going to find the kick, though. Tide's going to be dead. As ICU picks that one up, and with Tide dead, you really don't have the power to fight anyone. Shengbei, he's going to use his flap, but his flap is insanely strong.
He's just going to kill him.
Yeah, almost dead. Piercing arrow, no chance of landing. I mean, now this seems like the opportunity to do the Baron. Taco, of course, is pushing to end.
Yeah, so 665. Not a bad play on the map overall for
Okay,
DCG.
4v4, ICU has teleport. He's going to use it now. He sees that TF has gone, has used Destiny. 6-5 waiting, looking for that steal. He's going to flash into the pit, but it's going to be Hellpigs picking that one up. And Shengbei finding himself a kill. Taku with the ghost just in time to ensure he is not locked down by that ultimate through from Aurelion Sol. And I don't know what on earth I am watching, but Hellpigs seemingly are doing it.
Yeah, that was a pretty puzzling contest, I think, on the Baron from DCG without their Draven up. And the enemy team is letting you push 2 inhibs simultaneously. They maybe could go for that. ICU was recalling, so he was going to be able to defend at least one of the lanes. So maybe they thought with ICU backing, they couldn't take both inhibs, and it's not worth trading a Baron for an inhib generally.
Okay, longsword. Can be more.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even dying to the Asol, really.
Yeah,
he's dying to Kuzma.
Kuzma's just, yeah, smurfing.
Yeah, headshot.
Oh, it's an Eclipse Lee Sin too. Oh boy, do we have a game on our hands.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think, man. This is entirely Xingbai and Kuzma versus Tide.
And Cascada.
You thought I was going to say something, didn't you? No, you saw... Cascada can't even land a single Q. He can't even get the burn part, let alone the execute part.
Yeah, I was gassing up the Smolder.
I told you this, the Aurelion Soul stronger, although hooked into tower, stunned by Orca. Through will come so much damage. It's the empowered Aurelion Soul ult though, and he's got a reset. Cascada half HP, but
Orca.
Everyone... Oh my god, Orca gets one reset. Can he look for more? Hook is not going to land. It's flashed away from Arding. But Kuzma, here he comes. Sonic Wave will not connect. Orca, though, he did get that reset.
Ooh, Kuzma is
Is
so
he able
close.
to find anything? Cascada as well, burning down. Holy, what am I watching? Flash available here for God JJ. Is he going to use it? The flat? No, he's just going to leave it. Oh, what is happening? Xingbai. Oh, flap, as he goes towards Orca. But it's actually going to be Tide. Not Tide, sorry, Cascada. Who's taken down by God JJ. Orca, though, he's still being an absolute pest in the side lane.
Oh, he might be in trouble here.
Oh.
He does have his dash.
Oh, I have a feeling. I feel we're going to game number 3.
They're still down gold, but they're somehow winning these fights.
Aurelion Soul. They're down gold, but Aurelion Soul is so giga-fed.
He essentially started that fight at 30%. The Shrinkwai just picks up a Mage Eyes with 7 stacks on his Darksteel. He started that fight low because Tide found an ulti and a couple of autos onto him. Tide might be in trouble here.
He might have found an angle again. Tide once again found too far up, and Golgi, you're going to clean that one. 65's in the back line, but Xingbai's going to clean that one up for himself. Orca, though, double kill here on the pike. Xingbai will have one of his own. He's going to get the reset. Through come Cascada, cannot do anything. No use in having an execute when you can't even land a single Q. And Xingbai, alongside Kuzma, are finding everything they need. Orca is all that stands now, as Tide, time and time again, caught out in the mid lane.
And it's looking like DCG just cannot teamfight against this comp from Helpigs. Having such a fed Draven and Smolder on his stacks, I would have thought they'd have a chance, but this Asol pick looks so strong. And kind of
19 stacks. And look who's the king of the gold now.
Yeah, Shenghai's overtaken an extremely fed Draven somehow.
I see you. He's just put it in a shift.
Yeah. Ugh. So I think at this point, if you're DCG, you've got to start split pushing.
I mean, you should, as long as Tide doesn't just get killed in the mid lane. Actually still be okay in team fights.
Now,
but
these team fights look doomed.
Yeah,
though.
but they haven't had Tide a single time.
Yeah.
He's always been the first to die, and he is the entire team at the moment. It has been this entire game after how it started.
Yeah, I thought they might just be winning team fights once Cascada got his stacks, just because they can't blow everything on Tide like they've been doing. With a Smolder also hitting.
Mistaken you were.
I am amazed to not see a Frozen Heart on the side of Helpigs. I have not seen a better Frozen Heart game in my life. Randuin's good too, but...
Is it? I mean, Randuin's is good against crit. And
yeah, Draven's actually not critting all that much.
Yeah.
Cascada will be.
Yeah, as will Taco.
Yeah, but Frozen Heart, ridiculous this game.
Actually, we never touched on it, but it is essentially just 5 AD.
Yeah.
Taco does have mixed damage, Cascada does have mixed damage, but
yeah,
it isn't
It's not a whole
particularly
lot.
high and magic damage value. All right, now it's time for DCG to look for a pick. Mum comes through, and Xingbai lost that really important cooldown. That is his E. Nice whirling death, but it's not going to have the damage required to be able to find one of those kills.
Let's take half of Arding's HP off casually.
Tide actually has the most solo queue scoreline of all time,
yeah,
by the
that's
way.
beautiful. Tear to my eye, honestly.
Just 11 and 9, just absolutely sending it. DCG, they're going to start up this Baron.
Xingbai just finished Rabadons, by the way.
Oh, okay, but he's in base. He's very far away, and it's going to be this Baron and a kill found. DCG.
Ooh, Taco pushes Ghost, but doesn't quite. I think maybe his ult ran out. He can't quite get in range for a rapid fire gold card there.
Oh, I don't know what's happening. Anathema's picked up by 665. I wonder who that's possibly going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I could think of one target.
Could you
Probably
think of two?
Xingbai.
I couldn't think of two.
I mean, God JJ is a bit of a demon. Somehow has this scoreline, which is a perfectly serviceable Varus scoreline considering how this game started.
I think he was 1 and 4 at one point.
Yeah.
I think it was 0 and 3, and then he killed Taco. So, yeah. What a game.
Going for Edge and Knight next.
By the way, if DCG win this, Orca is the MVP. 100%.
Yeah, yeah. Orca's the only person who's had anything resembling a clean game. He's had quite a clean game, actually.
Yeah, he's played fantastically. Like, really, really well.
Yeah.
Everyone else is truly sending it.
Yeah.
It's Orca not sending it and Xingbai not sending it. And apart from that, we are just brawling.
Yeah.
This is real down and dirty League of Legends. The stuff you love to see. And Chris Carter
on his own just fights off too.
Well, kind of. He lost nearly all of his health. This bot lane inhib should be taken out though. God JJ obviously can see that Orca's here and he's by himself. ICU now arriving. Actually, gonna pop that Ghost to quickly get to that cannon minion a little faster.
Yeah, no play to be made there. We have seen some useless Udyrs, but this is the most impossible Udyr game of all time.
Yeah.
Usually you're... hook on
flash
the
hook lands on the Gold JJ. This should be quite a kill.
Oh, ulti. Oh, hits Arding on the way in, or Kazma rather. Gets cancelled. Inhib goes down just to a minion.
Another tower. This is the power Baron buff. You may have a very strong Aurelion Soul, but it's very hard for you to defend. Aurelion Soul can pause the minions, but he can't pause all three lanes, and DCG have done a really good job at making sure all the lanes are pushing at similar times. Arding loses a bunch of his health here to that ultimate coming through from Chris Carter on the Smolder, and now Hook's constantly being looked for by Orca, but not able to land any. That's 2 inhibs going down now, and if Xingbai wants to win this game, he's got a lot of work to do. Kazma getting very, very low. Orca looking for something. Off will go the lights, and in will come 665. There is no flash available for this Nocturne now that he has used it to get out. And now Xingbai, he's on the charge. 1 kill will go to Arding, but importantly, it's going to be a reset available if Xingbai chooses to use it. And they look for the end, but they're not going to be able to find it. They do get the 2 inhibs, maybe even this inhib tower will go down. And so the map completely open for DCG, but they are struggling to find any headway into this Aurelion Soul.
They cannot win a fight. I don't think we've seen them win a fight all game, essentially. Anytime this A-Soul shows up, he just kills everyone. He had the empowered ulti there. It's going to be maybe a contest on this dragon. I don't think anyone can catch up to Tide.
Well, flash is going to be used here from Tide. Pretty smart to make sure you use that and not go down.
Yeah.
Xingbai did have teleport. There's not really anywhere for him to teleport that would be that useful. That ward only recently being placed down near the bot lane, if you see it there on the mini-map. LDR completed for Tide. Still no magic resist, which I'd hate to be Draven now, honestly.
Yeah. And this might be one of those games where Draven slowly switches his build away from lethality to just pick up crit. Because he's not dealing with this Lee Sin or Udyr all that well.
Well, Lee Sin's not that tanky. Honestly, Ty's just not able to auto-attack anyone.
Yeah.
I feel like you need a rapid fire cannon just so you can poke one auto.
Yeah. Even just one auto onto Shengbai in these fights.
That Taco, I mean, he gets anywhere near.
Wow.
Oh, ICU, I mean, does get that bear stance. Orca, though, he's going to get locked up. Orca's going to be taken out. And even finding the kick there. Tide, once again, will be going down. It's answered back. It's Kriskada. Does get that execute over to Kazma. Kazma finding a very nice kick, though.
Yeah, Kazma kicking Tide into the Aurelion Soul ultimate. That was very clean. No flash up on Tide, so no hope of surviving there.
11 and 10. This solo queue scoreline is just getting better and better.
Hextech Alternator on the Smolder. What's that?
Oh my god, it's a Shadow Flame.
No.
It is, it's finished.
Taco is dead. Does get the Seraphs.
Yeah, had a lot of damage.
Yeah, off of Shengbai. And Shengbai is just going to be able to fly away.
Now, we didn't say it yet, but DCG are now one off this Dragon Soul. I actually don't think it matters. These team fights are just started and finished so quickly.
How has the gold lead just stayed at 7k?
Because only Xingbai is getting gold, and DCG have just taken 4 towers.
Every objective, but then lost every fight.
And Draven's no longer worth 1,000 gold per kill.
Yeah.
$500 stacks now on Xingbai.
Honestly, impressive the people, the members of DCG that Helpings have been able to find picks on. It's a Draven
Kazma.
and a Pike.
Kazma. They have no idea. They have absolutely no idea. Oh, they're going to find Tide again. Cleanse comes out, but it's going to be Kazma going down first. Xingbai is dead. Orca's on the back line. DCG, I didn't think they'd have it in them, but eventually you think about the executes that can come through from Kriskada, but it's Orca finding all the execute, picking himself up a triple kill after being the only consistent member of the team. It looked like it should take 15 minutes. It took 35 minutes, but eventually Helpings will get this game across the line.
It looks like such a nice engage from Kazma. What they did was they timed it really well. Kazma shows up at the moment he appears out of vision. There's an Ash Arrow flying at Tide, and he smites the Edge of Night off of Tide, and he gets hit by the Ash Arrow. Immediately cleanses it though, and just one-shots Kazma. Maybe regretting going for that Eclipse in that moment.
What a game. I mean, that is a game that nobody except for Orca and Xingbai can be happy about. Actually, God JJ, I think. Yeah, I think God JJ has reason there that he can be happy.
Yeah.
Game started rough, but he found a 1v1 against a TF who was levels and gold above him.
Without cleanse, right?
Yeah, just found the 1v1. I think that is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, that was one of the games of all time.
Yeah, maybe back to the drawing board with that draft for DCG, as team fights looked completely unwinnable until they, miraculously won one at the end. I think also I kind of realized at the end that Smolder and Pike don't feel like the most synergistic champs to have on your team. 2 executes is not twice as effective. It's essentially just one execute at the end of the day.
I don't think that's necessarily the case, because honestly, Smolder, while the execute's nice, you really just, the percent health burn is so important too. And you get someone low enough that Pike can execute them, which is a far higher range than the Smolder. Then that just feels good anyway.
Yeah,
and
it just feels like you're not using, it just feels like you're not using that part of Smolder's kit. Always feels kind of bad.
I don't think so. I think the execution matchup that I hate the most is when you have like Callista Pike. Because you go to rend someone and they get killed by Pike ult and you just lose rend. It sucks. But, I mean, what a game. I didn't expect the draft. When I saw the draft, I kind of understood what both teams' goals were. One was to get Aurelion Soul stacked up. One was to get Draven really far ahead. Both happened.
Yeah, somehow both happened. Shengbai picks up a Quadra that game,
just
and
randomly,
just
at like 10 minutes, is Aurelion Soul just
and then the game's just a mess.
It was a quadra plus a solo kill.
Yeah.
So
Oh, right. So
yeah.
It's
It was a
is
reverse
penta.
of last game, by the way, if you think about it. Where last game, Kriskada kills Xingbai, teleports back, kills Xingbai. This game, Xingbai kills Kriskada, goes and kills 3 people.
And then kills.
Kriskada teleports back and dies again. That was League of Legends.
Yeah.
That's something you'd only see in the breakout group.
Yeah, and even though DCG did win in the end, I really think we did see the Smolder first pick punished. I don't think that's a strong enough champ to put in the mid lane.
It was winning lane. It did force that flash, and Xingbai lived on literally 1 HP.
Yeah, but then you saw mid. He just E'd onto the Smolder and
Yeah.
just killed him in 2 Qs.
Yeah.
Just from 100 to 0.
When you think about the 2 champs as well, like Smolder's E is her only safety. Aurelion Sol E is just a better
it's a
Smolder E.
Yeah, it's a way
in terms
longer.
of chasing or running away. Obviously, Smolder can go sideways or whatever, whereas Aurelion Sol is very firmly going in one direction. But that is, I guess, one of the differences. You know, like Smolder tries to run away with her E, and if Aurelion Sol's already on you, you're not ever getting away.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say about. There's not really much to analyze about that game.
Yeah, you kind of saw a double global comp from DCG, and this is the final play. Look at Cosmo's smite here
He
onto
didn't
Tide.
ult, by the way. He just gone.
Yeah, he didn't get a chance to do anything. He did smite the shield off of Tide, so that he got arrowed, but eventually it just looked like Hellpigs were running into the blender. There is so much damage on this DCG comp that if the engage isn't super clean and you're not all there at the same time, you do just die quickly, and it's actually Kriskada surprisingly doing the most damage.
I guess it's just constant AoE.
Yeah,
and we
to be
had
fair-
a lot of brawls.
To be fair, this is a very deceptive damage graph because both Tide and Xingbai had to play incredibly safe.
Yeah.
Xingbai had to play very safe, and Tide was just getting
Tide
murdered.
didn't.
Tide was just getting murdered.
Tide did not play very safe.
So when everyone's summoners and ultimates are down to kill your Draven, you're kind of just free to walk around. You saw him in some spots just 1v2 pushing by himself to the enemy inhib.
Yeah, I was also going to say he spends a lot of time just pressing Q on an Udyr.
Yeah, there was a lot of that.
which gets those damage numbers nice and juicy, nice and quickly.
Yeah, he was applying a lot of pressure with his ultis as well, just using them whenever he could find a swishy target.
Most damage taken per death,
very low.
7,500. That is because everyone died
a million
10
times that
times.
game, yeah.
Tide, he finished with 11 deaths, by the way. Easily the most deaths we've had on an AD carry in the split.
Yeah.
I think in the entire split. I don't remember
ADC?
anyone. I think just in this. I don't remember anyone
no.
getting double-digit deaths.
Oh, 665.
Oh, true. Actually, yeah,
Yeah.
665. Yeah, I remember a Vi incident against
any given
against West
Vi
Point.
game, and as predicted, Orca does grab the MVP.
He is the only person who deserves it.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about Orca, you know, managing to get a lot done for DCG in the early game.
If you saw that last fight, by the way, Orca was actually the difference. Like, he got a triple kill, yes, it's like last hitting people, but
yeah.
Kriskada limped away on like 1 HP. It was also, I want to say 665, who got away on about 1 HP, and it's like, if not for Orca just cleaning up all those kills, there is a very good chance that that is also a lost fight,
and
despite
even
Xingbai being taken out.
This fight was maybe his very best, as he somehow tanks a bunch of ultis here, gets away on 1 HP, and manages to get back into this fight and have impact, by the way, as we're going to see him heal up a little bit and enter his stealth.
Gets stunned even.
Gets stunned, but no one knows he's there. Manages to ulti to kill Arding off. And then ulting onto Xingbai again. Doesn't quite finish him off with the ult, but 665 is able to clean it up.
Is this
barely survives.
Was this not just a solo queue game?
This was, yes.
With the only exception being that Pyke did well.
Yeah, the Pyke actually did well.
Pyke was a champion on the Rift. That like when I think back, it's like, okay, this game was a Fed AD carry versus like a Giga Fed AD carry versus a Giga Fed mid laner. A scenario that happens most games.
Yeah, and
then it was just like, you've got this Lee Sin who has got to the point where he is nothing but a kick, but he's still built lethality.
Yeah, that was interesting, the Eclipse.
Yeah, well, not lethality, but yeah, damage.
I don't think he ever got 2 spells off in any fights, or an auto and a spell. He was just dying instantly.
It was
I would like to see the damage blocked by his Eclipse that game.
Yeah, no, it would have been almost nothing. It would have been like Q to a minion, ward jump, flash kick, die, but Tide dies as well, so you're now winning the fight almost certainly, but by God, what a game. I hope to hear some interesting answers. We're about to have an interview. It's going to be Patty and 665. Listen in because I'm sure there's going to be some interesting questions.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 DCG 的打野选手665，请665先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 的打野665。
Congratulations on winning your last game in PCS Spring Split. You also won the POG for the first game. How are you feeling right now? 恭喜你们赢下你们春季赛的最后一场比赛，也拿下了第一场的 POG 嘛。想问你现在心情如何？
就一般吧。
I feel average, not just normal. You played very well today in the first game without making much mistakes. Did your coach give you any special advices before the game today? 你今天第一局发挥得很好，也没有太多的失误。今天登场之前，教练有没有特别给你告诉你说什么，会定什么样的建议？
他叫我这场玩别发病就好。
He just told me to not make mistakes and play crazy today. So in your second game, your team got 63 kills. What happened there? 你们在第二场比赛打了63个击杀，怎么发生了什么事情？
就我们的 AD 选手在致敬我打 WP 的时候死10次，他说他也要。
So our AD player actually, when they're playing HPS, he said he died 10 times. So he said he wanted to do it too. So that's why that happened. So your team played very well in the past few weeks. Why do you think your team can perform this well recently? 你们队伍在这2周表现得特别的好，想问一下你们之所以表现这么好的原因是什么？
就是我发病次数减少了，就这么简单。
So I didn't play awful, and I played just normally. So that's why that happened. That's why we played well in the past few weeks. After today's match, we'll be going to playoffs. Do you have any expectations for playoffs? 打完今天的比赛之后，你们也将迎来季后赛。你对季后赛的期许是什么？
不要第一轮就被送走，就算成功。
As long as we can stay for the entire first round, I'm going to be really happy. I'm going to be satisfied with my result. Do you have anything you want to say to fans or teammates? 有什么话想要对你的队员跟朋友们说的？
队友都玩得很好。
还有粉丝？
没有想跟粉丝说的。
So for my teammates, I want to tell them you all play very well. And for my fans, I don't really have anything I want to say to my fans. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢665选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Troy 跟 Section。
One of the more interesting,
nothing for the fans.
Yeah, one of the more interesting interviews. I think there's a good chance that 665 was not particularly happy with how that game turned out. Obviously, best answer of that interview was that he's seen his jungler, well, Tide had seen his jungler die over 10 times, so he wanted to do it as well. And by God, did he achieve that. He was dying on every single mid-wave.
Yeah, it's a Draven effect. You get 1,000,000 kills, you're up. You have almost as many items as the rest of the map combined, and you just want to go fight people, but it's not a solo queue game. There is a bit of coordination on the enemy team and very skilled players, so they kill you 10 times. A couple more than that, I
You
think.
end up with an Aurelion Sol who started the game like 0-2 or 0-1 at least, with 14 kills, which is not usually a winnable game, but again, there's a bit of cohesion, and somehow they managed to get that win. I mean, they were up 7k gold the whole time, but it was at the point where it was not looking even like DCG even had a chance, because
they just lost 5 fights in a row or something like that. Somehow the gold lead just didn't change and objectives still went DCG's way. A lot of that, maybe the gold lead not changing, you trade kills in a fight that you ultimately lose the fight but don't quite you know, you trade kills, but you've got a Pike and a Draven. So maybe you're just getting more gold for the kills, and the lead stays about the same. Today's results, though.
Yeah, was J-Team taking the 2-0 win, unsurprisingly, against West Point, and then it was Halpigs 0-2 against DCG. But honestly, we say this often, that scoreline does not tell the story about the series.
No.
Game number 2 was about a 3-2
worth of a series in one game. It was just ridiculous. It was one of the most ridiculous professional games I've ever seen.
I'd hate to be you if you watched the first game of the series and thought it was just going to be a one-sided, boring affair and left.
No, very wrong. Standings, of course, it's all going to be switched up tomorrow. You see the final results there for the breakout group. It's going to be DCG, then J Team, progressing on to play in the play-in stage before the playoffs. Our upcoming match tomorrow, BYG versus Frank. BYG have to win to be able to take over Frank at all, to have a fighting chance for that second spot and that bye through to the playoffs. But PSG versus CFO, similar story. CFO already locked in first place. They don't care what they do. They're going to try and win, of course, because that is all fair. But PSG, if they are able to get the win over CFO, not only will they ruin a bit of that momentum CFO have, but they're going to put themselves in prime position to fight for that second spot. One win, if Frank lose, will mean that PSG are going to be second, guaranteed. They're even in wins and losses right now. PSG are ahead because of the game differential. If PSG win tomorrow, they will be the second seed.
Is it a big enough game differential that
yes.
there's
Okay. They have to win to guarantee they will be the second seed. Even if they win 2-1 and Frank win 2-0, the game differential will still be enough. So that is what tomorrow's all about. It is the most intense fight for both Beyond, well, all Beyond Frank, as well as, of course, PSG. But that's a story for tomorrow. You saw one of the most entertaining League of Legends games you could have ever witnessed today. Tomorrow, it's all serious, it's all business. Be there, you don't want to miss it. It's the final game of the regular season, and I'll see you all tomorrow.